It was one of the strongest special forces in Korea. In addition, it was also secret. Military fighters were trained here according to a special program. Those military men who came here and underwent special training became militants of the highest category, able to handle any weapon and knowing no fear at all. This was Special Unit 709. There were not many who served in this unit because they were selected according to many criteria and they had to meet high standards. Now a special promotion ceremony has begun to be held in this unit. This was one of the conditions of the unit. This ceremony was held regularly, and this ceremony consisted of the fact that all the military personnel of this unit must fight each other until only one of them remains. In fact, it was a battle for life. Whoever lost was no longer a tenant and remained lying on the battlefield, and whoever won continued the battle with the next one, and this continued until that moment no one was left alone. Such a massacre was already a tradition in this unit. The winner was the strongest. This one fighter took the place of commander, and this was repeated over and over again. But today this tradition was cancelled by one man. He appeared on the battlefield and, one by one, knocked out one after another. Only you could hear him say the following. All soldiers of the unit were not able to continue their service. The total time spent on the complete recovery of these soldiers was 448 weeks. The appearance of this young man immediately caught the eye. He was extremely strong and he had no equal on the battlefield. With a smile, he said, "Someone else wants to play with me." There was no answer. This young man was called a crazy idiot after this incident. The frightened members of the unit wanted to leave the unit. Their fear was so great, and they were ready to write a letter of resignation. The command decided that this subject should be forcibly dismissed under the article of insufficient qualifications for appointment to the position of commander, and this young man's name was Kim Joo-hyuk, who became a legend of this unit of the Korean Armed Forces. This unit was classified as the highest level of secrecy due to its dismissal and the reasons for the dismissal. The legend of the secret special forces became known to the general public. 3 years later, in one of the high-rise office buildings, as always, there were a lot of people. They came here to work in such buildings, hundreds of different offices, and each of these offices is engaged in some type of activity. They are all completely different. A young man worked in one of these offices. He was sitting at his workplace in front of the computer when suddenly a crumpled sheet of paper hit him. The man opposite said that this company is not the inn for you and that most likely the young man does not know how to behave in offices. He addressed the young man at whom he had just thrown crumpled up paper. "Is this possible?" The man continued. "Office workers do not have the right to sleep in the workplace. They come here to work." "I beg your pardon," the young man answered in a quiet voice. It was his boss, but he thought to himself that he was there. Is it possible to cheat the boss and behave like that? What is this crumpled up thing? Why is he throwing napkins at me? And he can just throw dirty napkins like that. The young man was indignant. Opposite sat a boss who blew his nose in a napkin, then crumpled them in his hand and threw them towards the young man with the word "sorry. These are napkins in which he blew his nose. And since there is no trash can in our office," the boss continued, "please throw out all the garbage." He turned to Mr. Joo-hyuk for it. "What kind of boorish behavior is this? How can office workers behave this way? And in general, more than one person has no right to behave this way. This boss was just an idiot." This is what the young man thought. He reached for the phone and the first thing that came to his mind was to write a complaint to senior management. He wanted to tell about everything. He went to the company's website, chose the topic company life, and in the section on what's happening at the workplace, he wrote that his boss was throwing dirty napkins at him and put an exclamation point. He decided for himself that he couldn't cross the line, and he was ready to talk about the affairs of this idiot boss on the website. A man who calls himself a boss not only shifts all the work of others, but also throws your employee your dirty napkins in which he blew his nose before. It seems that you need to create an effective cyclical structure. I fire or transfer employees from one position to another. Your work is disastrous for the company. The more he talks about it, I thought the stronger his anger was. What did he think of himself? The young man thought. Well, it definitely wasn't his army sergeant major. It was some kind of burr, uncouth. If this boss had been in the army with him, then most likely he would have corrected his character and taught him how to behave in society. If he is given a leadership position, he will definitely teach this idiot a lesson before he quits. Joo-hyuk didn't see such impudence. He didn't pay him any money. Joo-hyuk took a deep breath and then exhaled and thought that he still had to endure it because this burr was his boss. He sat and thought, yes, he cannot kill him for one big reason. His opponent was a civilian and the forces in this case would be unequal. The phone vibrated. The young man saw that a notification had arrived on his phone. He received a new comment on his complaint among the comments. He saw yesterday's message in which it was written that someone knows how to get to the bottom of the employee. Everything became clear. This message was written by his boss. This is the message that he received. He read that he will be given a chance, that there is a puppet project, he can take part in it if he wants. What kind of message is this? And what is this anyway? Some kind of puppet project. This is most likely another prank. Someone probably decided to play a trick on him in this way, thought Ju Hyuk. Before he had time to finish his thought, some bright flash appeared before his eyes. A bright red dot was glowing in front of him. He sat for several minutes, completely spellbound. It seemed as if for these few minutes he was under hypnosis. He couldn't understand what had just happened to him. This had never happened before and he couldn't even imagine such a thing. He was shocked by everything that happened. Ju Hyuk Reso analyzed what could have happened to him last minute. What kind of flash was that? And what red dot he just saw? Some diagrams appeared before his eyes. These diagrams were clearly in his glasses. He wore them for so long and nothing like this had ever happened to him. Before his eyes, a folder appeared on the virtual screen where it was written that his registration had already been completed. It was completely incomprehensible to him, and he also did not know what to do with this information. Ju Hyuk heard that the tested P099 was confirmed and the connection was completed. What was it like? It was a completely incomprehensible sensation. He had never experienced anything like this before today. It was the first time for him. Then he heard that the first test for P099 was starting. It was not clear to him how someone's voice was sounding in his head, that this had happened to him, and he took off his glasses. The next minute something hit him very hard. It was also one of the new sensations that he had not experienced until today. What was wrong with him? He still did not understand. A little blood flowed down his face. Clearly something completely incomprehensible was happening to him. There must be some explanation. He was thinking about how to connect the latest events into a single whole. A voice appeared in his head again which announced a warning: if he did not wear his glasses for more than 60 seconds then he would be shocked, and this would happen every time. Ju Hyuk thought, let this voice not speak to him, and in general what does it mean he can't take off his glasses? It's just nonsense. And in general what this voice was saying was some kind of unknown nonsense. The company gave it to him a long time ago. Why now was the question raised that he had no right to take them off and that there might also be a punishment for this? He didn't understand what was going on here at all. Someone's female voice interrupted all his thoughts. Mr. Ju Hyuk addressed him several times. If not for this appeal, then his thoughts could have ended him to who knows where. Miss Soo-yeon asked if everything was okay and continued that he looked not important at all. This girl was one of those who brought beauty to this office, and it seemed that when she entered the office was filled with something beautiful. My glasses. Ju Hyuk began to speak. A moment in his head a voice said, if you tell outsiders about the glasses, you will get an electric shock. This was another warning. This time he did not dare to contradict. He paused and decided to think, because he had already failed to listen to the voice once, and received an electric shock once again. The repetition of these events was unacceptable to him. After the pause was no longer appropriate, he decided to answer that he was fine. Nothing serious had happened to him. It was a small misunderstanding. The girl replied that she was glad to hear that everything was fine with him, and nothing had happened, and invited him to meet today after work. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by the boss. He approached quietly from behind. He was very interested in what kind of atmosphere it was between the two of them, and how it was that a girl offered a private meeting to a young man. Let me join you, said the boss, and continued that he just knows one wonderful bar where you can sit and chat. Everyone will be satisfied. Making a sly face, the boss continued to speak. Since Mr. Ju Hyuk will have to work late again today, why not Soo-yeon spend this evening with him? And when I leave, I will continue to tell Soo-yeon that she shouldn't pay attention to people who have to work overtime because of their incompetence. These words from the boss infuriated Ju Hyuk. The boss continued to tell Soo-yeon to look at the young man because he couldn't even say a word against him. And this could only mean one thing, that he has very low self-esteem. The girl could not listen to the end of everything that her boss told her, and decided to return to her workplace, the only way she could avoid a conflict situation. Does it really look like he lets his boss get away with everything just because the brat, thought Ju Hyuk to himself, and on the other hand they were now at work in the office, and this behavior of the boss was the behavior of an idiot. Okay, I thought to myself, the young man is not the main problem. I need to deal with the voice in my head. The boss walked and didn't understand what's good about this idiot, and why everyone else likes him so much. Our 099 name Kim Joo-hyuk, age 28, profession office employee. A voice sounded in the young man's head. The mission creation algorithm was completed. This was definitely all his data. Mission? What could this mean? Thought Joo-hyuk. Lately he has already had several restrictions from this voice, and now something new, some kind of mission. The voice continued to analyze the people around. Joo-hyuk looked at the boss and began to scan him. Then the boss interrupted the process by saying that he didn't want to answer anything, and who was he talking to anyway? What the boss asked him. Why he was in some kind of stupor. He didn't want to work at all today. All this really outraged the boss. What followed before my eyes were some incomprehensible patterns, movement of the flash, a little cloudiness. All this was reminiscent of a not very good science fiction film. A voice in his head said that the first mission was issued. Joo-hyuk did not have time to understand anything. The voice just spoke about the mission, and now the first mission has already been issued, and it has been issued. It seemed like some kind of joke. The head of the department, Choi Gyo-hong, was chosen as the target of the mission. The voice said this quite seriously. The mission was that you had to tell the target, that is, your boss, to stop swearing, and this was a prerequisite. Otherwise, failure to complete this mission will be punished immediately. Well, here's the punishment, Joo-hyuk thought to himself. The boss said that he wanted to talk to the young man on the roof and asked him to follow him. But Joo-hyuk only had one thing in her head. What kind of mission and what kind of punishment? Joo-hyuk thought that he was in some kind of unpleasant situation. A voice in his head continued to insist that he had 10 seconds left before the mission expired. This is most likely a high-tech reality augmentation device developed by the company he works for, and they use their employees to test the device, Joo-hyuk thought to himself. One thought after another came to the mind of the young man. Did he forget to check a couple of points when he signed the contract, or are there hidden cameras in the office that he could not notice? And if not, then maybe he's already going crazy. This was the only explanation for all the events that took place. A voice said one, and then the punishment was assigned. It was something new. The next thing he saw was an inscription indicating that Kim Joo-hyuk's account was followed by the account number, and the loss percentage was 50%. It was something new, but he didn't yet know how it would turn out for him, because his account number was indicated there in addition to his data. What does this mean? He sat and understood what 50% was and how it could affect him. And the most important thing that bothered him was his bank account. And why is it here? He decided to check his account, and went into the bank account where he had an account opened on his phone. What he saw there, it wasn't funny even for a joke. Joo-hyuk sat and looked at the phone screen, not understanding what was happening at all. His account was reduced exactly in half. A transfer was made from the account. It was a quick withdrawal of funds from the current account. But he did not do this. Who else has access to his account? This was the only question that worried him. Before Joo-hyuk's eyes, everything swam. This happened to him for the first time in one day. He began to hear a voice with some missions. The punishment was that money was withdrawn from his account without his consent. It was crazy. There was no other way to evaluate this state. Joo-hyuk stood up from his workplace and shouted with all his might to the entire office. Other office employees could not understand what was happening. What kind of screen was this? Because each of them was focused on their work. When Joo-hyuk came to his senses, he realized that he was still at work and that those around him did not understand what was happening to him personally. He again heard the voice of the boss who was addressing him. He forgot that the boss wanted to talk to him and told him to go to the roof. The boss was already waiting for him on the roof. He was very aggressive towards Joo-hyuk. He generally disliked him very much among all the office employees. The boss pointed his fingers at him and said that he was probably crazy, that he was behaving completely inappropriately for an office worker, and that he, as his boss, was not going to tolerate such behavior. "I'm sorry," the young man said very quietly, and thought to himself, "What you doing? How can you humiliate yourself like that? Especially if he's wrong." Why did he hate people like Joo-hyuk? Because people like him began to look cool by going to the gym a little and pumping up their body. The way Joo-hyuk behaved simply infuriated the boss, and it also seemed to him that the young man was avoiding him because he was afraid of him and considered him vile. The boss stood and demanded that the young man tell him with his mouth the whole truth that he thinks about him. Joo-hyuk was obediently silent, lowered his head to the floor and said nothing. This silence brought out the manager. He was furious and ready to trample his employee. He no longer spoke at all, but yelled at Joo-hyuk, demanding that he admit that he was trash to him. He must remain silent every second, the young man said to himself. This, of course, was not in his rules, but he knew that this was the only way to make a living. While he had no other ways, Ju Hyuk humbly asked his boss for forgiveness for his behavior, realizing that his dismissal from work depended on him. He stood silently with his head down on the floor, not saying anything else from the outside. He looked very stupid. Ju Hyuk knew about it, but he also knew that he had to endure. "Why are you holding back?" asked Soo-yeon, who approached Ju Hyuk, and continued that only stupid people do this. He probably considers himself like that. Miss Soo-yeon, from where the boss called only Ju Hyuk to the roof for a conversation. Did she really hear the whole conversation? The young man thought. "Now is the time when it's difficult to buy a house even if you're working on your last legs," the girl said, and continued asking Ju Hyuk if he's tired of working all day and why he's running around with this non-entity. And then she said that he should know when it is necessary to send everyone to hell in this imperfect world. But the way the boss behaves just pisses her off, and she hates such creatures. So, by and large, there is no need to be upset, Mr. Ju Hyuk. The two men stood and could not help but utter a single word, and the girls could not object to anything. And she continued to say without stopping that it was not Mr. Ju Hyuk who should apologize, but quite the opposite, that he was absolutely not to blame for anything. And turning to the head of the department, Choi, the girl asked what exactly he thinks about all this. The boss didn't know how to react to this. He began to answer with a stutter. What does she allow herself to do, and how can she talk to him like that? Soo-yeon recorded this entire conversation on a voice recorder. When she saw the voice recorder in her hands, the boss flew into a rage and attacked the girl, shouting for her to immediately delete the entire conversation. He didn't just scream, he was ready to pounce on her. The girl stood a little scared, but held the recorder tightly in her hand with the recording. At the last moment, when the boss's hand came very close to the girl, she was ready to snatch this recorder from her. Ju Hyuk intervened and intercepted his hand. Ju Hyuk held his boss's hand tightly so that he couldn't move it, and out of anger he said that these two were completely confused and didn't understand what they were doing. Ju Hyuk held his hand so tightly that the boss could not free it, and then he disappeared. Let go of the scum. He is the enro, and it seemed that he was now going to destroy everything and everyone around. Aggressive words and behavior of the target were registered. This person is dangerous again, the voice said in his head. What this means he will find out in a few minutes. Ju Hyuk warned the boss not to reach out to the girl. The mission was issued. This was the next task that Mr. Ju Hyuk had to complete. The task itself was that you had to hit the Adam's apple of the target who used obscene language. The reward for this mission was 100% of the profit. Ju Hyuk thought that he, of course, is patient and can endure many things, including insults and humiliation, but if this concerns only him. But this did not concern him alone. The situation developed so that the boss was aggressive and the employee Soo-yeon, who was a very beautiful girl, and in addition, she stood up for him. That he was completely crazy. The head of the department continued to scream, that you are confident in yourself. The idiot screamed and screamed, trying to pull his hand out. I am sure that you can cope with this, and at that moment the boss hit the young man in the shoulder with his fist. I hope that he will fall. This was a very stupid question from the boss. Of course Ju Hyuk was completely confident in himself, and such a not very strong blow. He could easily parry it, which, in principle, he did. All the ironic questions from the boss and his actions of trying to hit led to the fact that the young man was forced to give an answer, and the answer that he decided to give was a blow to the Adam's apple. As was said by the voice in the second mission, he didn't think for long and struck the boss with all his might. He didn't even have time to wriggle out. After the blow, the boss couldn't even utter a word. He was puffing something, trying to yell and making incomprehensible sounds, trying to suck something in this way. Mr. Ju Hyuk looked at his boss and said if he has all kinds of garbage coming out of his mouth, then he asks him to take a puff of it completely. After these words, Ju Hyuk struck another blow to his boss. As a result of this blow, the boss flew away and fell with his back on the floor. Miss Soo-yeon watched all this from the side, so Ju Hyuk asked her for a favor. At first, she didn't understand what kind of favor it should be, then he continued, from that moment on, so that she behaved as if she had not seen anything. What happened on the roof? This was his request. The voice said that the mission was accomplished, and since the mission was completed, the reward for the success of the mission was accrued. The account profit amounted to 100%. His account was replenished with exactly the amount that was in the balance on his balance. Ju Hyuk took the phone and went into his bank account. What he saw made him very happy. It really worked, and a round sum fell into his account. The boss stood up and barely audibly began to say that Mr. Ju Hyuk was crazy, that he was crazy because he dared to hit his boss. All his words were accompanied by aggression in his eyes. The voice said there was no change in the behavior or speech of the target accompanied by the creation of a second-level mission. This only meant one thing. If the boss did not understand the first time, then he needs to explain it a second time. The next task of the mission that he heard was please beat the target. The reward for mission success is 500%. And at this moment the interests of the mission and Mr. Ju Hyuk coincided. From that moment he was not interested in who was issuing this mission or what goal he was pursuing. Now he could do whatever he wanted and it would be very fun and interesting for him. He felt free for the first time since he joined the company. The boss continued to be rude. He was also aggressive towards Mr. Ju Hyuk and could not get over his defeat, so he decided to start the fight again. The boss with a brutal face jumped up to strike his employee Mr. Ju Hyuk. The young man no longer wanted to hold back because the only reason he was holding back was the opportunity to earn money to live in this company. And so Mr. Ju Hyuk intercepted the hand of his boss. He, of course, could not deliver a single blow. The forces were clearly unequal. If he can now receive money in this way, that is, carry out mission tasks, then what was the point of him giving up what he knows how to do best? Ju Hyuk immediately struck back. He did this so that his boss would finally calm down. If one blow seemed to him not enough, then let him get a few more, thought Mr. Ju Hyuk. Afterwards, the young man made a grab around the neck with his right hand and lifted his boss up so that he could not reach the floor. The boss fluttered and made inaudible sounds and hisses. The young man squeezed his hand on his boss's neck more and more. Soon it will all be over, Ju Hyuk said, and his hand closed more and more tightly on the boss's neck. From this the boss first blushed and then began to turn blue. A sharp movement made by Ju Hyuk's hand. He did it professionally and the boss's cervical vertebrae were broken and he was already falling to the floor. Victory mission completed successfully, heard the voice of Mr. Ju Hyuk. He stood and looked at his boss lying on the floor motionless. Plus 500%. He looked at the state of his current account and saw that there was a sum of money there. He still didn't understand how big it was, but he was very happy. The current balance was changing. The money was simply multiplying by itself. There were 170 million won in his account. That was $128,000. A neatly dressed man sat opposite him. He asked question after question. The last question he wanted to know was why he decided that he was suitable for this position. Mr. Ju Hyuk quickly answered him that he is exceptionally successful in completing any task. If he is given a task, then he is the best person to complete this task. He tried to live an ordinary life like all other people. He went to work and humiliated himself just to get survival money. But it turned out that money can multiply by itself. Progress mission 2 out of 10. After the situation on the roof, mysterious missions continued to appear from time to time. It was a task something like revealed to everyone the fact that Boss Jin Sang wears a wig and for this he received plus 8.82%. I have all the missions that promised him a lot of money. One of such tasks was to pour soda on Director Kim Gun-dae's orchid and he received a profit of 10.81%. The next task consisted of ordering sushi during lunch only for himself, and for this he received 19.51%. And he performed such tasks regularly. Then he needed to stay in the CEO's office overnight. For this he received 57.14%. Then exposing the love affair of manager Park Gap-soo, this also brought him 51.91%. As a result, in just 3 days, his bank account was replenished with a fairly round amount of money. And money continued to fall into his account for each completed task. Now he had 580 million won in his account, and this was quite a large amount of money for him. He was very glad that in such a short time he was able to earn a lot of money. The money is multiplying every day. There was more and more money in his account, and he really liked it because for the first time he felt financially free. Mr. Ju Hyuk was not only financially free, but he felt like a rich man who can afford a lot in this life. Today, more than ever, during his lunch break he went up to the roof. This was the place where he earned his first money, and this place gave him self-confidence. When he was standing on the roof, he saw that something was approaching him. At that moment he still didn't know what it could be, but he was very interested in it. A drone was moving towards him from above. It was most likely a drone that was delivering packages. Mr. Ju Hyuk decided to wait. When the drone flew up and was already completely above the young man's head, it dropped a small black box. Ju Hyuk immediately realized that this was a package sent to him. Mr. Ju Hyuk picked up this box and immediately a voice sounded that the P099 test had passed. What did that mean? He still didn't understand. He tried to find an answer to the question that he asked himself. What did it mean that the test was passed? He had not yet found an answer. Therefore, he decided to open the same black box that the drone had just delivered to him. Inside it was a golden ticket. That was all that was inside. When Mr. Ju Hyuk received a ticket in his hand, a voice told him that those who passed the test would be allowed to proceed to the main mission. The main mission was that he had to collect 1 billion won in 7 days. This was an unrealistic amount of money. And then the voice said the conditions. If the participants cannot accumulate 1 billion won during this period, what would happen was still not clear. Only the drone appeared again, this time with a horror story head. The transition to the next stage will be impossible. The drone was spinning overhead, and the voice paused to say the verdict. There was some uncertainty and tension in the air, and finally the horror story's eyes lit up and the voice said that if he did not collect the required amount, then all the money would be reset to zero, which meant that he would become bankrupt. Mr. Ju Hyuk sat with his workstation in the office and could not do his work because his thoughts were only about one thing. Where can he get this billion? It was almost impossible to collect 1 billion in 7 days because the mission did not give new tasks and therefore he had no opportunity to earn money. He was missing 420 million won. He sat and thought about how he could earn this money. Having opened the box with the ticket again, he again took this ticket in his hands. I wonder what this ticket is for, he thought. Mr. Ju Hyuk began to carefully examine the ticket. On the second side of the ticket there was an inscription stating that this ticket allows you to get a loan of up to 100 million won for one use. He sat and thought, why does he need a loan, and on the other hand all the money will be renewed, and what kind of ships are these, what are its conditions? He only had questions. He didn't have any information at all, too little was available to him, and most importantly, he had no idea what it was about. This is a new mission and what its tasks were. He also had to understand where these glasses came from. It all started when he took them off. He got an electric shock. Were they really made by this company, or is it something else here? The most unpleasant thing was that there was no one to even ask. There was only him and his boss with whom he had a recent conflict. After that incident on the roof, the boss didn't even look in Mr. Ju Hyuk's direction. He pretended not to notice him. Oh, there's someone there, the young man thought to himself. This is most likely one of the office managers. Then he had the opportunity to ask all the questions that interested him. Mr. Ju Hyuk came closer and saw that it was his boss who was drinking his coffee and did not want to communicate with him at all. He was completely afraid to look Ju Hyuk in the eyes of the man. He asked him to come up, otherwise he would come up himself. The boss's face was frightened and he didn't know how to answer him. What should I do? The boss thought. Is it too late to pretend that I didn't hear anything? It's so good to avoid meeting with Ju Hyuk these days. When Ju Hyuk came closer to the boss, he still decided to ask him this question. The boss didn't know how to behave, and he started to get hysterical. Chief, I looked at the young man with frightened eyes. I don't understand what he wants from him. He tried to answer him something, but he didn't succeed. He made separate incomprehensible sounds. Just calmly answer the question, Ju Hyuk said, and continued. By chance he doesn't know these glasses that the young man was wearing were made by their company. The manager couldn't answer this question because he didn't know anything about these glasses. Ju Hyuk was very surprised. Did he really not hear anything about this? After all, he was the head of this company, and he was obliged to know such things. Mr. Ju Hyuk decided to turn on the lie detector. It couldn't be that he didn't know anything at all. Most likely he's just a deceiver. The boss shouted that it was true and he really didn't know anything about any glasses or anything else. He was so scared that he was most likely telling the truth. Judging by his reaction, he really isn't lying. And so the young man asked another question. Did the boss see that someone wears similar glasses in this company? The answer surprised Ju Hyuk. Such glasses are worn in this company, only he said that most likely these glasses were given to him by someone else. The information is not enough. No matter how hard the young man tried to find out something new, he couldn't do it. He still hasn't found answers to his questions. However, he thought to himself, no matter what, he decided to leave work early today. He had a reason for this. In 30 minutes, not far from the office where he was, a game with a prize fund of 300 million won will begin. This was his chance to win. Well, that's what he wanted to do. He finished work early today and headed to the game that promised him a big win. Leaving the office premises, he told his boss that he had something much more important for today. So let him deal with the work that he had not completed. The boss himself tried to object, but no one heard him. The last thing the boss heard addressed to him was the words, "If he doesn't want his throat to be cut, then let them work overtime," and he couldn't object to anything. It was dark outside, and the place where the game was supposed to take place was a large construction site that was surrounded by a fence, and there were huge cranes on its territory. Ju Hyuk arrived on time and exactly where the game was supposed to start because the winnings were quite large, and he was counting on it lately. The money came to him very easily. He arrived where he needed to doubt Ju Hyuk. It was a deserted construction site, and what kind of game could there be here? He was at a loss. This is the first time in recent times. There could be no mistake. It was the same place indicated on his glasses, so he arrived correctly. But then where would the game take place? A new notification appeared on the glasses screen saying that the competition game between the participants will begin soon, which means he has arrived exactly at the right place. And what did the participants mean? Someone else besides him had to arrive here, or he was already somewhere nearby. It was a competition for a bag of money. The task was whoever ends up with a bag of money is the winner and receives a reward. Ju Hyuk stood and nothing happened around him. It lasted for several minutes, then the bright spotlights turned on. Most likely this meant that the game was about to begin. Competition for a bag of money was something new. He had never had such tasks before. And in general it was interesting to take part in such a game. Since the light came on and the area on which he was standing became fully illuminated, he saw a black case lying right in front of him on a wooden table. Most likely it will now be a fight for it in this game. Ju Hyuk didn't believe himself. How could this black case with such a large amount of money be lying so easily among a huge construction site? It would probably have been stolen. Just in case, to make sure, he opened the case. There really were neatly folded bank packages of money. Most likely there was that prize amount there. The rules of the game were announced. The participant holding the bag in his hands and losing it loses an amount of money equal to its contents. The remaining time was 10 minutes. This was the only rule that the participants had to follow. The young man was delighted. If he held this case in his hands for 10 minutes, he could get 300 million won and become a winner. Time has passed. The case has been in the hands of the young man for a whole minute. Ju Hyuk was watching the numbers on the watch dial. It seemed to him that time was passing for a long time. If I have to hold this case in my hands for 10 minutes, then Ju Hyuk thought, he will protect it at the cost of his life. Before he had time to get used to the fact that the case with money was in his hands, someone's voice disdainfully told him that he shouldn't take this case. When he quickly turned around, he saw 3 young men standing in front of him. Each of them had a weapon. The first of them was a young man with a huge bat. He said that it was too shiny and he could put the case back. The second one had a huge knife in his hands and he constantly twirled it, showing how he can skillfully handle a knife. Look at his opponent. The second one said that Ju Hyuk is definitely a beginner, and today he is playing for the first time. The third one was the most disgusting. He also had a knife in his hands. He smiled sarcastically and said that today the young man would have an unforgettable experience. These 3 began to explain to Ju Hyuk that they don't want to get punished for murder, that they should just let him leave the case and calmly leave. After listening to them, the person asks, are they also participants in today's games? One of the rivals in this game said if he doesn't want to give up the bag, then nothing can be done. Of course, he didn't really want to kill him. Well, he'll have to. Ju Hyuk asked his rivals why they were trying to steal the case. What are you talking about, idiot? One said and the other repeated, we're trying to steal, and laughed. This wasn't the first time they played this game, and they knew how to behave. He most likely did not understand the situation, said one of those 3, and they all began to laugh together. The young man was calm enough and did not pay attention to their statements. But he replied that there was nothing to understand here. And he continued that he just needs to beat them within 10 minutes and not release the case, at which point the game will be over and he will receive his winnings. His rivals must have laughed. One of them said that the young man had lost his mind because of the desire for profit and asked if he knew who they were. Ju Hyuk was absolutely calm to their question. He answered the same question. So who are they? He asked and then continued. Do they know who he is? The face of one of the opponents became tense. He did not want to talk anymore. Most likely, he was preparing to attack. As the game progressed, he also hoped that he would be the winner. It was the same young man who had a bat in his hands, screaming, still acting arrogant, an idiot. He ran towards Ju Hyuk. Just die, the attacker shouted. At that moment he tried to hit Mr. Ju Hyuk with a bat. Most likely he wanted to strike several times with the bat and take away the case. Ju Hyuk reacted very quickly to this blow and protected himself from the blow with the same case. The blow itself was not very strong, and the young man told his opponent that it was not bad for a braggart. The opponent who had the bat in his hands was extremely surprised. This was the first time he was unable to strike, and in addition they simply laughed at him. Ju Hyuk explained to your opponent that he was unable to correctly assess the situation, and that is why he ended up in such an awkward position. Ju Hyuk did not keep him waiting and used his signature blows. It was a blow with the palm of his right hand on the opponent's jaw. As a result of this blow, he flew to the side. One more blow and the opponent with the bat was flying in the air. He didn't even have time to react to the blows inflicted on him. The third blow, and he was already lying on the ground and could not resist. The other two opponents, who a few minutes ago were talking about their invincibility, stood with surprised faces. They greatly underestimated the man. Mr. Ju Hyuk adjusted his glasses and thought if the other two opponents are as weak as the first one, then he will practically not have to strain himself, and he will be able to deal with them very quickly. He was even a little happy. It seemed to him that it was easier than he thought at the very beginning. In fact, victory was already his, and that made him happy. The second two rivals had not yet entered into a fight for the case with money. Yes, they were a little scared by what happened to one of them, but the thirst for money was much higher and therefore they were ready to fight. The rivals agreed on their attack tactics among themselves and went in different directions to deliver their blow from two opposite sides. They hoped that it would be effective. Mr. Ju Hyuk immediately figured out their tactics. And I thought to myself that these guys seem to have something like teamwork. Most likely they cannot attack alone. The rivals took their positions. Each of them had a knife in their hands. They began to attack from different sides and shout, "Let's see if he would speak if he was pierced with a knife," and began to look at them with their knives. From opposite sides, opponents in the current game began to approach the young man. He stood absolutely calmly, assessed the situation and made a decision on how to fight back and attack further. Ju Hyuk had a few minutes to think and decide how he would repel this attack, because in front of him stood not a professional, but just hooligans. And the decision came naturally. Because he was at a construction site and there was sand under his feet, he took and kicked this sand with garbage up so as to cover the eyes of the attackers to stop him. On the one hand, the enemy was practically neutralized. Rubbish and sand actually rose up. A cloud of dust with sand and rubbish formed. The enemy's eyes were covered with sand. He could not see anything, so he stopped his attack. But on the other hand, there was another enemy who was not going to give up. He continued to move towards the young man, and shouted what the young man would do when he attacked him. This opponent was very aggressive. He did not stop shouting and threatening the young man. Ju Hyuk calmly assessed the situation, and was ready for him to be attacked. The case with money was in his hands and time passed. With the words "die," the opponent struck the young man. It seemed to him that he would now take away his bag of money and he would be the winner. Mr. Ju Hyuk began to masterfully avoid blows with a dagger. In fact, he was completely unarmed and his opponent had a dagger that could kill. "Do you even know how to use a dagger?" The young man began to laugh at his opponent. He had not yet figured out how to disarm his opponent, so he was simply stalling for time. But his opponent did not want to calm down because there was a large amount of money at stake that he could win in this game. And so he again tried to strike with the dagger, all the while shouting for the young man to die. The blow reached its goal and therefore the opponent was already actually celebrating his victory. He thought that he had dealt a fatal blow to the young man, and now he would be able to take possession of the case with the money. That's why the attacker said just leave the bag with the money and leave. At least this way the young man would have remained alive. The opponent thought that he had dealt the fatal blow. But what was his surprise when he saw that Mr. was standing in front of him absolutely undamaged, and holding a case with money in his hands. The use of the dagger was a failure because Mr. Ju Hyuk was very masterful in evading blows as time passed and the case with the money remained in his hands. The opponent tried to strike again with the dagger. But then something happened that he did not expect. The dagger shattered into two parts. Only the handle remained in his hands. In fact, he was disarmed. The attacker with the dagger stood looking at the hilt that he had left of the dagger. It was a mystery to him what happened a few minutes ago, and so he asked the young man who he was now. This interested him most of all. He could not get an answer to this question because the next moment a strong blow from a case with money followed him on the head. He clearly did not expect this. This opponent was neutralized. One blow was enough. He was already lying motionless on the ground, and near his body lay the same but already broken dagger. This opponent was no longer dangerous. Mr. Ju Hyuk stood next to his opponent lying on the floor, shook off the dust from his new suit, and said loudly, "You were wondering who he was, just know. An ordinary veteran of the unit, continued the young man. 709 Secret Special Forces Group. He said this with special pride because when he served he was a legend. The case with the money remained in the hands of the young man, which means that for now he was the only one who could win this game. But another question ripened in his head and he wanted to get an answer to it. He didn't know who to ask this question to get an answer. There was only one opponent left who could still talk, so he decided to pay attention to him. Mr. Ju Hyuk approached the last opponent and asked him if he is not going to attack the young man now, then let him answer the question posed to him. The opponent did not know how to react to the young man's proposal. On the one hand, he was very indignant. He even shouted what the hell this was. And on the other hand, he was not ready to fight him. The question that interested Mr. Ju Hyuk was whether the opponent knew who controls the game. This question was not entirely clear to the opponent because, in fact, he was an ordinary pawn. Of course, he couldn't know because he didn't have such information. He just received the device and became a participant in this game. He liked the rules of the game, and he agreed. This opponent had a device. But these were not glasses like Ju Hyuk, but these were wristwatches. It turns out there are options, the young man thought. There was no difference in use between glasses and watches. So why was only Ju Hyuk wearing glasses and all the other competitors had watches on their hands? That was another question. This idiot is behaving very carelessly next to him, the opponent thought. He was still confident that he was a master with a knife and would be able to strike at the most unexpected moment. The opponent came very close to the young man. Most likely he thought that this was his chance. But Ju Hyuk guessed and asked him that he also wanted to try to stab him with a knife. The opponent was not very ready to enter into a fight. He wanted to strike quietly so that the young man would not notice. But since his plan was discovered, he backed down and decided that he would not attack. Opposite, a young man was about to neutralize his last opponent. He hit him on the head with a case of money with all his might, after which the bandit flew away and fell to the ground. Mr. Ju Hyuk stood in the middle of the construction site. 3 bodies of his rivals were lying in front of him. He thought to himself that the guys were too weak and he was able to deal with them very quickly and easily. Screams were heard from one of the sides. No, don't. He turned his head in that direction. Where was his opponent with the broken dagger? The opponent looked at the watch that he was given before the game and shouted that it was unfair. The watch showed that 300 million would be withdrawn from his account in accordance with the rules of the game, and the next message that he saw on the watch was that our 016 is now bankrupt. He continued to be indignant and shout what kind of rules these were. They just hit him on the head with a case. He didn't even hold this case with money in his hands. At that moment another message came on his watch. The debt had reached its maximum and was already 1 billion. The last message was that debt collection will begin now. The opponent read the last message and began to beg him to wait and collect the debt not now. A new notification appeared on the clock that an investigation was underway in the case of our 016. Mr. Ju Hyuk watched very carefully everything that was happening to his opponent. What this could mean was unclear to him, and what would happen next he could not foresee. The opponent began to make strange sounds. He was groaning, most likely from pain. Something was clearly happening to his body. But everyone was just watching. His face, his hands were all covered with red veins and did not burst, and blood was oozing from there. The whites of his eyes also became red. The watch on his hand no longer made any sounds. There was an image of a monster on it. He tried several times to say that he should be saved, after which he collapsed to the ground and was already lying motionless. For him, this game was already over. He had clearly been injected with something. The young man thought to himself. It was so easy in 1 second for him to develop such high blood pressure, and hemorrhage of this kind could not have happened naturally. It could only have happened chemically. Most likely, the watch he had on his hand is equipped with an injector, and at the right moment it goes off, the young man thought. If this is on the watch, is it really also on his glasses? He was even scared, just like the injector in his glasses could work at any moment and destroy him when he needed it. They even prepared for such a situation. He felt like a fish caught on a hook. All his thoughts were interrupted by someone's shoes, which he saw in front of him. The voice of this man said it was the same one blinded by money. Ju Hyuk raised his head and saw 2 monsters standing in front of him in their hands. They were holding an iron chain that was tied to a bag. One of the monsters already put his opponent in the bag and said that they are no different from each other, and now the young man has no way back. He continued to say that the participants will either become fabulously rich, otherwise they will lose everything. He had the same scary face as our opponent's watch in the last message. The second monster also joined in and said that there was no other choice and pulled the chain. This could only mean one thing. The game continues and the young man still faces other trials. Only after these words did the young man realize that all participants in this game are doomed to destruction. There will only be one left who will survive at the end of the game, and who will have a case with money. He will be the winner only because he will remain alive. The monsters took turns. One by one, they loaded Mr. Ju Hyuk's rivals into the bags that they brought with them. Obviously, they wanted to remove them from the scene. The construction site where the events took place was cleared. Everything and who was extra was taken out on road. Most likely this should have meant that the next stage of the game was coming. These three opponents were under the influence of money. They had no other goal, so they could be easily dealt with. Everything that happened in this game was all about money. They all became puppets in this game. They wanted money most of all. Mr. Ju Hyuk also fell under their influence into this addiction. He, just like everyone else, became a puppet, but it was too late to refuse. He started receiving messages. It seemed like this game. We are taking away our 019. The next messages are sending our 017, and the last one is that they are taking away the bankrupt participants. Mr. Ju Hyuk only now understood why the missions that were before were so easy. It was necessary in order to lure people into this game who were hungry for money. He decided for himself that it wouldn't be like this anymore. The initial missions were bait. Some noise formed behind him when he turned around and saw that several dozen young people were standing in front of him. This was most likely the next stage of the game, and since the case with the money was still with him, he was the goal for all these people. This was already the beginning of the real game on the screen. It was displayed to him that there were 48 people hunting for the bag with money. Each of them was ready to fight to the death. Mr. Ju Hyuk thought that even for him this was too many rivals at once. An alert sounded that the next stage of the game begins now. Everyone around them took a comfortable position for themselves because they now had only one goal. This was Mr. Ju Hyuk. Covered in red, it showed that the remaining game time was 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the scoreboard began to change, which meant only one thing: the game was continuing. Today was a beautiful sunny day. A little fluffy snow was falling and covering everything around the tops of the mountains. It was as if they were running straight into the clouds. In the newly fallen snow, traces of some animal were visible, which, not afraid of the snowfall, went out for a walk. These were the tracks of a tiger, and he did not go out for a walk, but he went out to hunt because he was hungry outwardly. He was very calm but was ready to pounce on his prey at any moment. It was a Siberian tiger, and now he was so hungry that he was ready to scour the snow to look for his prey. This was the top of the food chain. If the Siberian tiger were now faced with a pack of wolves, even he would not have an easy time because they were very hungry and angry. But for Mr. Ju Hyuk it shouldn't have turned out this way. Of course, he was a tiger and all the attackers were a pack of hungry wolves. But for some reason he was not afraid of them. For some reason the young man wasn't even scared and said loudly, "Well, let's do it all at once." He liked it, and he was ready to fight with them. Such a large number of opponents did not matter to him. He was even glad that he had not been able to warm up so well for a very long time. The attackers thought they would receive 300 million won if they could defeat him and began to attack on all sides. Each of the attackers had a weapon, a bat, a knife, an axe, whoever was more comfortable fighting. Mr. Ju Hyuk thought how naive they are. These guys want to catch me. Let them try. Well, it's unlikely that they will succeed. He had a case with money in his hand, which means that until now he was the only owner of the money that was in this case, and the winner. The case could still perform another function in the hands of the young man. He was a tool, and the next moment he began to deliver blow after blow to his opponent. So they passed out and fell to the ground. It was a beating with the case. As soon as the opponent fell to the ground, a message -300 million appeared on his watch, which meant that 300 million had been debited from his account, and he was no longer a player. One by one, those who received blows from Master Ju Hyuk and fell received messages 300 million. Everyone who received such a message was indignant, and shouted, "What the hell is my money?" They wrote off 300 million, but it was my money. One of the competitors guessed that 300 million won would be debited from their account immediately after they hit him with a briefcase at least once. The crowd of attackers stopped. Each of them was afraid to approach because he understood that 300 million could be written off from his account after the blow. The young man stood very calm, holding the case in his hand. He asked why they did not approach him. For the attackers were very large, everyone stood waiting for something. The young man did not pause for long and said if they don't want to approach, then they should probably approach him. and he went in the direction of one of his rivals who was standing not far from him. This man did not know how to react and was a little afraid, so he shouted, "Throw something to stop him." Everyone started throwing stones at the same time. Rising from the earth, they started throwing stones at Mr. Ju Hyuk. They thought that if they attacked him from all sides, he would not be able to deliver his blows to them. Now the case was not only a weapon, but also with a shield. He repelled all blows from all sides that were dealt to him by the case, in which lay 300 million. The remaining players realized that this did not work, and they did not have tactics to get the case with money, which meant that they did not know how to defeat the young man. The enemy towards whom the young man was heading stood motionless. He was confused. He did not know what to do because the young man was already very close. But he couldn't do anything because Mr. Ju Hyuk jumped towards him and swung the case over his head. It was another blow to the head with all the force, after which the opponent fell and he received the same message on his watch as everyone else, 300 million. The next message was that our 036 had gone bankrupt, which meant only one thing: after some time it would be destroyed. Some of the young man's opponents began to say that this was madness. They were so scared that their only desire was to get out of here alive. Ju Hyuk felt very self-confident during this game. He didn't have a single worthy opponent yet, so he asked who wants to be the next one to beat for 300 million. The monsters didn't have to wait long. They immediately appeared to pick up the new bankrupt who had to be carried away from the scene of the game. There was some kind of rumble in the crowd of rivals, and one after another they started shouting that I am not participating in this. The second one shouted that I give up. The next one shouted, "Damn, even if you give up, they will only withdraw 100 million. This is better than getting hit for 300 million and going bankrupt." Each of them did not want to die because he became bankrupt, and the group that was no longer ready to participate in the game rushed away. There were a sufficient number of competitors left on the site. The young man addressed them. Are they going to hold out until the end, or will they also run away in cowardice? Voices were heard from different sides. One said that he still had nowhere to retreat. On the other side, a voice said that he had a debt of 900 million and he would fight to the last. Mr. Ju Hyuk while listened to them whine one by one, so he told them to shut up and come to him and prove that they are ready to fight. The attackers began to attack from all sides. It seemed to them that if they started at the same time, he would not have time and would miss at least one blow. But Mr. Ju Hyuk was very calm and parried their blows one by one. Those who remained were quite aggressive. They were really ready to fight. Mr. Ju Hyuk thought that the rivals who were left now would really fight so easily with one blow. He would not be able to knock them out and make them bankrupt. This means that here we need to use completely different skills of the young man, not just to strike. Of course, he should have done this from the very beginning. A very strong blow was followed by another equally strong blow, which only meant one thing: the young man was not going to give up. Drones appeared in the air, which meant that now in a few minutes unnecessary cargo would be removed from here. Following the drones, monsters appeared on the site. They appeared here every time when it was necessary to do a cleanup. There were drops of blood on the floor, which means there were victims who will now be taken out of the area where the game is being played for money. The face of one of the opponents was completely bloodied. He could not resist because he did not have the strength. A few minutes ago he said that he would not retreat and would go to the end. Now he was already thinking completely differently. Mr. Ju Hyuk held his hand behind the head of this opponent. The rest were lying on the sides. Some of them were completely immobilized and some were still trying to get up. The young man looked and found that his suit was a little torn. He was offended. The red board lit up and a message was displayed that the remaining time was 0 minutes and 0 seconds. This only meant one thing: the game was over. The next message that came to the young man was that the task was completed and his account was supposed to be replenished with 300 million. Of course, the winner in this game is Mr. Ju Hyuk. The young man thought that in this case he could just buy a new suit, and he shouldn't be upset about this because he had earned a sum of money. The next message said that the owner of the case was identified to all participants who remained and asked them to disperse. This was the last message about this game. Mr. Ju Hyuk took his winnings, but he did not part with it from the very beginning of the game and decided to leave the scene. He left this construction site in a good mood, as it seemed to him that he had a lot of fun and, in addition, he also earned a fairly large amount of money. A girl watched him from the side. She told her interlocutor that this participant meant Mr. Ju Hyuk will not last very long, although he is the winner today, and I asked my interlocutor again. It doesn't seem like that to him. The interlocutor confirmed her words and said that although he is quite prominent on one hand, he attracts too much attention to himself, and this is not very good. Mr. Ju Hyuk walked with his winnings and couldn't even imagine how dangerous it was, everything that would happen to him next. Each of his days was the previous one. It was a work routine without a single hint of any goal. It seemed to him that he was walking in a vicious circle. After work that did not bring any pleasure, he returned to a dark, empty house where no one expected him. Life passed meaninglessly. Every day he fell as he walked from fatigue. Today everything was different. It was the Sigrel Hotel. He decided that it was in this hotel that he would like to spend some time. This hotel was one of the most expensive hotels in the city. A night in a luxury room cost 20 million. This is exactly the room Mr. Ju Hyuk wanted to book for himself. He believed that he had earned enough money to rent a room. In addition to the fact that he rented a luxury room, he ordered food from the restaurant to his room. The order included not only first courses, but also desserts. She told him that he had enough money to feel very rich and allow himself to relax a little and have fun. He had in his hands an amount that he could not earn even in 10 years. But he received it in just 4 days. He was incredibly happy. Today, for the first time in his life, he could afford to rent a suite and order expensive food from a restaurant. He felt amazing. He had 580 million won in his bank account, plus another 300 million in cash, which is what he won in the game. He understood that this is called life. If this continues, then his dream of owning his own real estate will soon become a reality. Mr. Ju Hyuk heard footsteps along the corridor. Someone clearly approached his room and knocked. Most likely it was the maintenance staff. The girl knocked and said in a pleasant voice room service went into the room and put it on the table everything he ordered in the restaurant, while saying this is what you asked for, mister. From the restaurant they brought him a steak made from special A++ class Korean beef, prepared by a chef who had 3 Michelin stars. It all looked not just beautiful, but incredibly tasty. The young man decided that he would start with a steak that was medium rare, just the kind of steak he liked. Mr. Ju Hyuk picked up a fork, pierced a piece of steak and began to present the card for him. It was a very tasty dish. When a piece of steak was already in his mouth, he felt the aroma and taste of this dish. It was simply bliss. He had never tried anything like this. This dish was just a mind-blower. He had never eaten anything like it in his life. He wanted to try it again. The girl from the service staff asked how he liked it, and whether he was satisfied with the cooked beef steak. For several minutes the young man could not answer the girl. He was filled with a feeling of bliss from the taste of this dish. He simply chewed from this pleasure. When he finished, the girls from the service staff were able to answer that it was incredibly tasty, and he was ready to repeat his order again. The girl thought for a second. On her hand there was the same watch as on her opponent's in the game he won. The girl took off her wig because she was not a staff member, and looking directly at the young man she said, is he really reckless? You can't be like him and not worry about anything. Mr. Ju Hyuk put piece after piece into his mouth. He didn't understand what was happening now. He rented a luxury room in an expensive hotel and a service girl came to him and began to make claims despite this. The girl didn't understand how this could be, that he wasn't surprised at all. If he really was a participant, then why was he acting so carelessly? The young man answered the girl. He behaves in such a way that he knew from the very beginning that she was not an employee of this hotel. The girl did not understand. How could he have guessed? Mr. Ju Hyuk explained to the girl that he had noticed her since the construction site. She kept following him all the time, turned his head in the opposite direction. He turned to another person who was also following him. The man didn't understand how it could be that he allowed them to follow him. It wasn't exactly professional because he had a case with money in his hands. Despite the fact that you knew everything and allowed him to pursue, the man said this is a very interesting tactic. Probably the young man had some kind of explanation for this. Yes, of course, the young man knew that he was being pursued, but he didn't know why. These two were following him. They seemed absolutely safe to him, so he didn't show it. Mr. Ju Hyuk continued to eat as he lived through the next piece. He said he wanted to ask someone about the mission anyway. He had a lot of questions. The gray-haired man said that the young man was really trying to extract information from them, to which Ju Hyuk replied yes, that's exactly what he wanted to do. It was a great time for such a conversation. And on top of that, the man also had questions that he wanted to ask the young man. The clock showed 10 hours 26 minutes. This was the time when their conversation began for the first time. It should have passed without a fight. They sat down opposite each other so that they could clearly see everyone. The conversation began. The gray-haired man began the first question he asked. This is how the young man became a participant. Just like all of you, he participated in missions after receiving the device. First there were test missions and then not very difficult ones. Then why doesn't he have a device on his wrist, like everyone else in the game he fought with a few hours ago? The young man was not at a loss and replied that there is a rule stating where exactly this device should be. He thought that for now there was no need for them to talk about his glasses. The girl, in a slightly frightened voice, said that it could be on his ankle, and if so, then he and the athletes have this kind of bracelet for prisoners under house arrest that tracks their movements. Now it's Mr. Ju Hyuk's turn to ask questions. He was only interested in one question. Do they know how to remove this device? The gray-haired man asked if he wants to know the price of freedom, then let him name the price he is willing to pay. There was silence at the table. The young man did not understand what the gray-haired man just said, what his words meant, what price he could give. Even more questions arose in his head. 2 billion, this is the price they set for freedom. Exactly the amount needed to be freed from the device on the body. These words surprised the young man a little. Until these people are paid 2 billion, we will continue. Gray-haired man, this device cannot be removed and everyone who has this device becomes financially dependent on these people. What does these people mean? Asked the young man. Is he talking about the operators? The gray-haired man confirmed and continued who these creatures, the operators, created hell. They are the real owners of the darknet. There are rumors that there are tens of billions of illegal funds in their accounts, and the participants are suffering from the mission and games created by the underworld. They accumulate debts because of court tickets, after which they become bankrupt and disappear without a trace. No one has ever seen them again as it was in this game. And to date, no one has yet managed to regain their freedom, said the gray-haired man. These words sounded like a sentence. That is, it was impossible to become free. The young man did not understand why this gray-haired man was telling him in detail everything that happened before him, because he was not like everyone else. The man answered him what he wanted. What kind of person he is and how he will behave. I heard this information. Each of us makes a decision for ourselves what he will do next. Is freedom important to him or does money come first? This was a very simple question on the one hand, but on the other hand not everyone could give a direct answer to it. What a trivial question, the young man thought to himself. He wasn't even interested in talking to these people. They didn't tell him anything new. Mr. Ju Hyuk replied that he could simply buy his freedom. Only this would happen after he earned 10 billion, which was exactly the amount he needed to buy an apartment. It seems that money is more important to him, said the gray-haired man. Why was he so sure that he could win in any mission? In that case, let's play a simple game, the gray-haired man asked and pressed something in his device that was on his hand. Before the young man's eyes, it appeared that our 002 was asking for a closed random game. The next message was about accepting this request. Ju Hyuk thought that this was most likely some kind of test. Since he is no longer the same from such requests, he decided to accept this offer and continue the game. The voice asked to confirm the information to his opponent. Most likely it was with the function of his glasses. This was the first time he encountered this function. Wait. The next few minutes he began to show information about his opponent. He was not quite ready for what he saw. The gray-haired man waited impatiently until the young man gave himself confirmation to enter the new mission. The young man understood that something was wrong. The one who was sitting in front of him was the third rank, and his name was Gu Unmo. The personal information that was available was that he had 14 wins and only 1 loss. There were 4.8 billion won in his account. This information was very confusing to Mr. Ju Hyuk. Such a large amount, and he still wears a bracelet. Wait, the young man said, but his screen showed that the game was starting. And he couldn't give up halfway. But he didn't understand why. There was obviously something wrong with this man. He sat with a crazy look and was waiting for the start of the upcoming game. He was already expecting victory because he was confident in it, and did not give his opponent a chance. Ju Hyuk had only one question in his head. If the game starts now, then it can be stopped, and said that the man and his companion should wait. To which the gray-haired man answered him that it was too late, and showed the bracelet on his hand. From the bracelet it was clear that the roulette had already begun to rotate. After a few seconds, the scoreboard showed that they were randomly given a 1-to-1 game. In a few seconds, it will be clear what kind of game they will have to play. They accidentally got a game of rock, paper, scissors. This game is called dice. It was a very simple game, but in order to win it you needed luck. The rules of this game are very simple. The player with the highest final score at the end wins and receives a prize in the form of a prize pool for this game. The first rules of this game were that the largest number wins. If the number of dots is read about the player, the largest number of points will be credited. The second rule was that paired numbers can appear. If the number of dots is the same about the player, their product will be counted. This was a very big chance to win this game, and the last rule of this game was that if a player got a 1 and a 6, then he automatically became the winner and won this game. A suitcase with matches appeared on the table. 2 cubes were white and 2 black and 2 more glasses for throwing away these cubes. Everything was ready to start this game. The girl said that each chip is worth 10 million won, and based on the balance of the players, each of them will be given 88 chips. The gray-haired man said that it was very good that the game was so simple. He picked up the dice and continued that when the white dice are thrown, they must immediately place bets. Only after that the black dice will be thrown. Before that, it is forbidden to raise the glass. Ju Hyuk asked your opponent in the game if this is not a game of luck. The man replied that it is a game of luck, but there are still quite a lot of factors that influence the outcome of the game. The man asked the young man that he is so calm. It can only mean one thing, that he is confident in his luck. With these words he wanted to hurt Ju Hyuk a little. The young man did not react in any way to these words. He smiled back at him. He really had been very lucky lately, and most likely now he was also hoping for his luck. Although mentally he thought to himself that his whole life was just the embodiment of bad luck, and until the last moment he was one of the unluckiest. Ju Hyuk adjusted his glasses and thought that time will tell. In his entire life, he had never been given the correct answers by random poke when he was still in school. And he had never won the lottery. He had never been lucky in this life. But somehow he got to this point, and so he decided to wait. Despite this, he somehow earned 880 million in 3 days, and this was a completely different Ju Hyuk, and this could only mean that luck was on his side. He was completely different now. The gray-haired man asked the young man if he was preparing to start the game and throw the dice for the first time, place bets. The young man thought about it, but he had no other choice. He had to start this game. Perhaps it is in this game that he will be able to turn his failure into new opportunities, thought Ju Hyuk, and resolutely slammed his fist on the table and said that he was ready. Said let's go. Ju Hyuk threw out her hands the white die. Now when it falls on the table and his opponent's die also falls, they will have to place bets. The young man's white die fell with such an edge that it showed the number 1. It was a very small number. It could only work if the second number came up 6 for him. Ju Hyuk was very surprised. He was not at all happy with this result. It seemed that his bad luck had now returned to him. He still did not understand what to do next. Therefore, he decided to see what number fell on the dice of his opponent. Maybe he thought that he was not completely unlucky and all was not lost yet. The gray-haired man was also not entirely happy with his result. He got a very small number. It was a 2, so he sat and cursed. But his number was such a small one. The next moment it was not clear who would make what decision. The thrown dice did not show any result, so the game continued and each of the players had to make their choice. Ju Hyuk thought that this was not the end. His opponent only drank number 2. Everything would depend on the second dice in the glass. Therefore, it was necessary to place bets. The gray-haired man, without thinking twice, said that he would bet 100 million won, which was quite a large amount for the start of such a game, especially with such dropped dice. Ju Hyuk didn't quite understand why his opponent was betting 100 million on this situation, because it was only the first round and already such a large amount of money was at stake. If Ju Hyuk decided to surrender immediately, then all his funds would be lost. Therefore, he had to accept the conditions of his opponent. He had nowhere to retreat, and so he said that the bet was accepted, confirmed that he was ready to bet in the first round the same amount of money that his opponent announced. Only after the young man's words did she say that in this case she could reveal the second part of the dice, after which it would be known who won in this round or in the game in general. She slowly raised the glass where the second bone of the first player lay. Both opponents carefully watched her hand. For each of them this was a decisive moment. The number 3 fell on the dice. This was the highest number due to the coincidence of numbers 2 and 3. Everything from the first round is equal to 3 points. This was not a very big result, and therefore gave Ju Hyuk a chance to win. It was less than the young man thought. Therefore, if the number 4, 5 or the number 6 comes up, he will definitely win this round of the game. The girl said that the player's second dice was this and slowly began to open the second glass. In a few seconds the result of this game, and its winner will be known. When she completely opened the glass and the bone was already visible, it lay with such an edge that it was a unit. The young man did not expect such a result. It became clear that the number 2 player was Ju Hyuk, who lost at the same moment from his account. 100 million won was withdrawn. The gray-haired man said that it was incredible that the young man got a pair in the first round. If this was an ordinary game of dice, then for her it would be a pretty good result. Ju Hyuk, having heard these words from the gray-haired man, decided that he most likely got rid of his bad luck in the first round, and in the second everything should work out for him, and he should win it. However, he lost the round with a score of 9-3, and in the third he also lost with a score of 5-4, and in the fourth he also lost with a score of 16-6. It was a complete failure. Ju Hyuk won not a single round. The slips for each round were 100 million won. So when he lost, every time he lost this amount, and the money was debited from his account. 500 million won seemed to have evaporated from his account. Well, he also had 380 million won in his account. Of course, it was not only a large amount, but he was ready to play further. The girl said that it was time for the final round. The young man really counted on winning at the very end of the game. It seemed to him that right now he should win. The girl asked the players to throw the first guess. They simultaneously each threw a white die on the table so that it was clear which of them would be the winner. The dice rolled and stopped in one place. The dice of the first player showed a number. The second player threw a 6. It was Ju Hyuk. And that was his luck. The young man thought that he had finally succeeded and that indeed in the final round he would get his victory. Luck should have been on his side. The number 6 on his dice gave him hope, and so he bet the final game 300 million won on his victory. He went all in. I was walking and the man sitting opposite the young man said that he was ready for him to have a chance if he wins. Then he would get all these words that hurt Ju Hyuk even more. The young man did not understand why he did this and said that he was ready to give him everything. He thought that this gray-haired man had gone crazy. On the other hand, he can be so sure that he will get a 6, thought the young man. After all, he had already checked that there was no cheating with the dice in the glass. The game was played honestly. In this game there was no way to rig the result. The young man had no choice. How to accept the gray-haired man's bet? This could only mean one thing. If the young man wins now, then he gets everything. And if he loses, then he is left with nothing. He will lose all the money he had in account and a diplomat with money too. The girl said that she was starting to open the second dice. First, she had to open the dice of the first player at the table. There was complete silence. All attention was on the girl's hand and glass. If only then the young man knew what kind of gray-haired man was sitting in front of him, so that in his life he would not sit down with him to play in any of the gambling games, especially if she had money. This man was a man who is called in certain circles a white snake that absorbs luck. Everyone who tried to play with him never won. Luck was always on the side of this gray-haired man. He was one of the most legendary gamblers while the young man was only his victim. He devoured those who wanted big money and getting money quickly, and in this case in gambling. When the girl raised the glass of the first player, she said that on the second dice of player number 1, 6-1 plus 6 fell out. This was an automatic victory, and it was no longer possible to open the glass of the second player. All the luck Ju Hyuk had recently disappeared somewhere, and along with it, 880 million won. He was left with absolutely no money. The gray-haired man said that he had a lot of fun and had a good time talking and then playing with the young man. He took out a business card from his pocket and said that he was ready to meet the young man again. He put the business card on the table in front of the young man and said that if he finds something more important than money, then let him find him. He will be ready to meet him. On this business card there was a picture of a bird cage and a bird that carried the key to this cage in its beak. Most likely it had some meaning, but then he didn't think. The next day in the evening he was supposed to have a corporate party at work and everyone was invited to the restaurant, including him. One of the managers of their office said that this is very good. Of course, well done to all the employees. It's been a while since they all got together for a corporate event, and she suggested celebrating this event. From the bottom of my heart, the boss thanked all his employees for their hard work. Everyone who was sitting at the table raised their mugs. They wanted the corporate party to begin as quickly as possible. They were able to relax. Ju Hyuk was the only one who wasn't in the mood and didn't really want to be here. His latest failure made him depressed. Unlike everyone else, he did not sit and listen to what his superiors were saying, and he also did not talk to his colleagues, gossiping and discussing everything that was happening in their office. He sat stupidly and drank bottle after bottle. His colleagues from the office didn't understand what was happening to Ju Hyuk. He really behaved very strangely even here in the restaurant at the corporate party. The young man was gloomy from the very beginning of the working day, and even at a corporate party he behaved the same way. His colleagues even began to whisper behind his back about this. Boss Ju Hyuk didn't understand what happened to him, but he knew that if he disrupted this corporate event, he would be punished for this by the top management. Someone approached the table. Ju Hyuk asked what his name was. The young man didn't immediately pay attention. He was busy drinking alcohol. He wanted to forget for a while. It was a man, and he addressed a small house to a man who said that they were having a corporate party here, and he didn't look very important, and wasn't having fun with everyone else at all. The man who stood near Ju Hyuk's table was the president of the company where the young man worked. He asked Ju Hyuk if he had any problems at work. Ju Hyuk was very surprised that the president of the company, Dok Man, paid attention to him and was interested in his problems at work. The young man was not quite ready to talk to him. He also continued to drink his alcohol through a straw from a bottle. At that moment it seemed to him that the president of the company was not exactly the person with whom he was ready to talk now. The head of his department was furious because he thought that Ju Hyuk was a complete idiot. The president of the company approached him, and he didn't even look at him. The head of the department approached the president, and began to explain that it's not that he doesn't respect him, but this guy is just like that in life. The president of the company said that the head of the office has calmed down, and he himself will be able to deal with this young man. It seems to him that Ju Hyuk is simply difficult to talk about his problems here at the corporate party. The president of the company, addressing the young man, suggested that they leave the restaurant for a while and talk, already in the fresh air, about his problems. The young man took another bottle from the table and decided that he would not refuse the president of the company where he works and would go out with him. The rest of the employees, watching everything that was happening near Ju Hyuk's table, whispered among themselves, "I read this young man as quite strange." Others thought that if the president had already drunk, then they might not stay here at the corporate party and go home early. Co-workers told each other that they had heard that something had happened to him with investments. It made them very happy. The other said that he had such a face today. Soo-yeon heard all this. The girl thought that of course everything should be fine, the president is not drunk yet. So maybe they will just talk when they leave the restaurant. One of the girls said that the president is actually a person if you don't drink too much. The second girl agreed with her words and added that he always smiles. That's why the president of the company was nicknamed the Smiling Buddha. Even when he didn't treat his employees very well, like "Hey, you idiot," he was always smiling. And now the president of the company turned to Ju Hyuk so that he knew. An ordinary employee should know his place for the young man's tie. The president of the company continued that he was good at ruining a corporate party with his sour face, and that he should come back and have fun with everyone. The president of the company did not understand what was wrong with their generation. He was surprised that the new generation could be so unambitious and so insensitive. The president of the company could not stop and read the young man saying that the reason why he does not earn more money and does not climb above the small wealthy layer is that he earns by the sweat of his brow only 30 million a year, which is very little. And in the end he said, what kind of idiot is he? How can he be replaced at any time in their corporation? The young man stood and thought only about the money that he had in time. This is his 880 million won. He thought that in this office it would be very difficult for him to earn such a sum of money even in a decade. The young man was thinking whether he should work all his life for such bastards as his bosses like a slave in order to again earn the same money that he had a few hours ago. The president of the corporation spoke, but the young man did not listen to him. He was thinking about his own things, so the president hit the young man with his palm on his shoulder and asked if he heard everything that was being said to him. The president said that he was ready to give 100,000 won for every slap in the face. So you had to thank him for the education that he just gave him. Ju Hyuk was ready to break the company president's hand. He hit him again. The young man was no longer ready for such humiliation. But at the last moment he had a new mission, and he had to complete it to first find out the purpose of this mission. If he is now again offered to carry out some kind of mission, then it must be well paid, and this is not at all the money that he is paid in this corporation. Ju Hyuk immediately seemed to have replaced his depression and disappeared somewhere. He became back to the same young man he was before. The young man changed his mind when he brusquely responded to everything that the president of the corporation said. He began to apologize incomprehensibly for his mood and behavior at the corporate party. Then he thanked the president of the corporations for everything that he had done for him. These words seemed very correct to the president of the corporation. He even believed that the young man listened to him. Ju Hyuk-sale thanked the president of the corporation for being able to give him the opportunity to take a sober look at the world, and also thanked him for the fact that only now he truly understood what a life lesson is. The young man said that it was very good that all this happened in just one day and that the president of the corporation would allow him, unworthy, to have such an honor to be near him today at a corporate party. As the young man explained, he needed this in order to receive more wisdom from Mr. President. It was very flattering for Mr. President, and he decided to trust the young man. Mr. President thought to himself what an idiot this man is, while he smiled as always and pretended that everything was always very good with him. And Mr. President said to the young man that he understands the decision that Ju Hyuk made now is very clear to him, and he fully supports it. Mr. President said that he has no reason to stand here anymore. If the young man understood everything, then they'd better go back and let him pour him a drink in turn. Today Mr. President decided to go all the way and get drunk properly. The young man agreed with every word of Mr. President, so he went with him to the restaurant. He even agreed to drink with him if this was one of the mission tasks. But the task of the mission was defended from something completely different. It was necessary to kidnap Mr. President. A reward of 400% was assigned for this. It was a fairly easy task and a lot of money. The young man read the essence of the task. He was very happy because it was not difficult for him to complete it. If Mr. President said that he would go to the very end, then if anything, so be it. The young man decided that from this moment the fulfillment of his mission begins, which means the operation to kidnap Mr. President begins. Someone's feet in brown boots stood before his eyes. He still couldn't concentrate on what happened to him yesterday. He drank too much and doesn't remember. That's why the corporate party ended. One of the presidents of Crimea realized with his eyes that he was not at home, and today he slept in a place other than his own. He could not understand what happened to him. He tried to move. Who realized that his arms and legs were tied and he was sitting on a chair. His office worker was standing in front of him. He shouted, "What is this?" Today the young man had a smile. He stood and smiled at Mr. President in a very calm voice. The young man said that Mr. President was kidnapped. When a young man received a task to carry out a mission after being kidnapped, he had to close the kidnapped target for 24 hours in the specified area. Mr. President, after he was kidnapped, had been in the specified location for some time. He still had to be here 1600 hours 1 minute and 55 seconds. Mr. President was very indignant because in front of him there was an employee. He taught him how to behave from above those appointed in the service. He shouted, "What kind of crap are you doing? If this is a joke, then she crossed all boundaries and he should immediately let him go." Ju Hyuk told Mr. to the President, "Doesn't he remember anything?" The young man said that all evening he continued to tell him that he did not want to go home, and until 4 o'clock in the morning he dragged the young man of your employee along with him and made various scenes. The young man followed his request and did as he asked him the last time. Now he doesn't understand what he needs to do. Mr. President said in a tone that the young man should immediately untie him and bring him his phone. Ju Hyuk, he took out a phone from his back pocket of his trousers and asked if this was the phone he needed. Ju Hyuk that he rummaged around in the phone a little while Mr. President was sleeping and found something strange in it. What exactly did he not say right away, but he hoped that Mr. President would figure it out himself. Mr. President had no idea about such events. He did not expect yesterday, as it seemed to him. He allowed this young man to be near him, and this idiot decided to steal him. Mr. President didn't understand. Is this young man not going to untie him? He considered him a low-born brat, and didn't understand why he wasn't afraid of him at all, and he had no respect for him. Mr. President shouted, "What right does a young man have to kidnap him? Does he really think that nothing will happen to him for this? The young man is a crazy idiot who wants to go straight to prison." Ju Hyuk grinned and said that Mr. President is completely unaware of his current situation. He carefully studied everything that was in the phone of this President Corporation. Ju Hyuk said, "If anyone is trash here, it is most likely Mr. President, because what he saw on the phone said that the president of the corporation was a pervert, and he filmed everything on his phone. This pervert installed a hidden camera in the company toilet, and he could see everything that happened there on his phone." Mr. President did not understand how the phone fell into the hands of his employees and how he was able to open it. The young man didn't pack everything that he had just seen on this phone. He didn't even suspect that such people could be near him. However, many inexplicable things happen in our world, and not each of us can understand what is happening to another person or to other people. When he received the award for the first part of the mission, for the kidnapping, he was very happy, which means he was back in business. An additional reward for completing part of the mission. It was a hacking skill. It was unlocked, and therefore the young man was able to hack Mr. President's phone in a matter of seconds. He quickly found his password. The young man told Mr. President that only now he can realize his situation, and he has no moral right to shout at him and demand anything. The young man said if he handed over everything that he saw on this phone to the police for something very interesting, and then it would not be the young man who would go to prison, but Mr. President. Now it became clear to the young man why he had to kidnap Mr. President, because he had to see everything that was on his phone. Ju Hyuk continued to look at Mr. President's phone. There he found another file without a name. He became very interested in why everyone was signed and this one remained without a name. He decided to look. In this folder in Mr. President's phone, all the names of the employees who worked at his company were stored. It was some kind of very strange list. Near each of the girls' names there is probably a certain icon. Many of them rejected the sponsorship of Mr. President because it was an unworthy offer. The young man became more and more convinced that what was sitting in front of him was not a noble man. Everything he saw on his phone indicated that this man was a pervert. After everything he saw, Ju Hyuk decided to ask Mr. President because what he saw did not give him peace of mind. He did not understand why such a pervert could run such a company. The young man asked Mr. President who he thought the company's employees were if he wrote this down on his phone. It didn't fit in his head. The president of the company said that all the employees who work for him are not all dogs, which must obey their owner and carry out his any command. This is how the world works, and this is how his company works. He continued that the young man does not know his place with you, so he most likely behaves so arrogantly. That is why he cannot achieve much in this life. He gives these dogs to your employees a chance in this life. They say that every person has his own skeleton in his closet. But the skeleton that Ju Hyuk discovered in Mr. President's closet was very large and smelled very bad. The young man reacted very calmly to all the arrogant words of Mr. President. He believed that he was worse than any of those whom he considers dogs, and for him there will be no salvation for the idiot. Mr. asked Ju Hyuk, isn't it true that people here don't commit a crime when they intimidate him and didn't commit a crime when they kidnapped him? The young man said that he would give Mr. President 100,000 bones for each invoice that he would pay him, were the very words that he said to him yesterday near the restaurant at a corporate party. Ju Hyuk said that who should just be grateful to him and take it for granted, and that Mr. President should think of everything that will happen now as a training in patience. Mr. President could not stand it, and shouted at the top of his voice, if a person touches his face and even one hair falls from his head, he doesn't know what he will do to him after that. Before he could finish speaking, Mr. President received a slap in the face on the right side so that his head almost flew off. The chair on which Mr. President was sitting staggered from such a strong blow and fell along with him to the floor. Mr. President no longer shouted or threatened. He lay on the floor without making a single sound. He had never found himself in such a situation in his life. Ju Hyuk squatted down next to the gentleman and said that because he has a little money, does he really think that he can act like he does with his employees and with people in general? The young man picked him up from the floor and sat him back on the chair. Mr. President had already changed his tone. Instead of shouting, he began to ask the young man to wait and began to ask what he wanted from him. Ju Hyuk said that he most likely doesn't know that living like everyone else is too difficult to work and earn money and be happy just because you live. The young man continued that even the basic things that he listed were very damn difficult to do, and also creatures like him always climb from all corners and get in the way. The young man hit Mr. President on the cheek for the second time and asked him why he then did the same thing at a corporate party. Most likely he liked to mock normal people. Most likely, Mr. President liked to watch from his top everything that was happening around him, and now he could not calm down that he was dependent on his employee. He insisted and asked what he needed from him. The young man said without hesitation that all he wants is for Mr. President to feel this injustice at least once in his life. Mr. President fell silent for a while. He didn't understand how he should behave now in this situation. Continue to demand something and get a slap in the face, or come to terms with and agree with what the young man says. Mr. President decided that he would still agree with what the young man was saying and squeezed out of himself that he was wrong. At that moment, a young man who was armed with a knife entered the room. He screamed loudly. What he found was most likely standing from the young man, also carrying out some kind of mission. He was not alone. Another young man joined him. They assessed the situation and said that they could save this man who had been kidnapped. Mr. President, when he saw this situation, he began to shout loudly to save him. He also shouted that this idiot had kidnapped him. The young people said that they know everything, that's why they came. Just stay there and wait for them to get there and save him. One of these young people had the same bracelet on his hand as many who had already met Ju Hyuk. On this bracelet it was revealed that the mission was for the young people is to save a civilian at these coordinates. The reward is 200 million won. One of those who just broke into the building told Mr. Kidnapper not to be offended by them. They understand perfectly well that they are also carrying out a mission. Of course, Ju Hyuk knew very well that the young people who burst in here were just like him, so he replied that everything was fine. The young people did not understand the calmness of the kidnapper. Clearly that there was something wrong. He was so calm and answered them also very calmly. Young people who burst into the room, how will they act towards the kidnapper? Which of them will be the first to engage him in battle? Ju Hyuk did not wait for these young people to speak and decide on anything. He decided that he should strike first and quickly finish those who came to free Mr. President. From just the sight of Ju Hyuk pouncing on him, one of the liberators stood and could not make a single movement. He was immobilized only by the speed that Ju Hyuk was moving towards him. The next moment the young man dealt several blows to us, who considered themselves a liberator. It was not so difficult for him because he did not see them as rivals. First, he knocked out the knife from one of these who came to free him and the bat from the second so that they could not deliver a single blow, and then with several blows he scattered them and immobilized them, so that they would lie on the floor for a long time. He knocked them out in 2 seconds. Later several more participants arrived. But each time one thing was confirmed. Their level was much different from Ju Hyuk's. When he took off the fight, it seemed that he was enjoying it, and there was no one equal to him, so no one could defeat him. Mr. President, when he watched everything that was happening before his eyes and how this young man was scattering unconscious people who were trying to save him, he thought that it would be good. At that moment he tried to escape, but it was all in these damn ropes. He was tied quite tightly to the chair and could not move. Someone came up from behind and cut the ropes that were holding his hands together. For a moment, Mr. President thought that he would be freed. He didn't know who did it, so he was ready to wait and look into the eyes of the person who freed him. What was happening, he didn't know how to perceive it correctly, but in fact, he was untied by the young man himself. It was he who stood with that knife that cut his ropes that tied his hands. The young man approached Mr. President and said he seemed bored, so he came to him to keep company and spend time together. Ju Hyuk said that he was ready to cheer him up because Mr. President stopped smiling as always, and at the same time he grabbed him by the legs and abruptly dragged him along the floor. Mr. President did not understand how to lead him, and he asked the young man to please stop dragging him and wait for him to understand everything perfectly and realize. Ju Hyuk decided to arrange an attraction called a giant wave. He took Mr. President by the legs and began to spin him in a circle. First I raised him and then lowered him almost to the floor. Director Doke Man was thinking about only one thing when he lost consciousness, so that this nightmare would end as quickly as possible. Mr. President understood perfectly well that the young man was now being used as a weapon, spinning him around himself so that none of those who came to free him could approach him. And so it happened that one of those who wanted to engage in battle with the young man stood and waited for him to be able to do this. But he didn't have to wait long, because Mr. President's head hit him on the head. Blood splashes scattered in different directions. After this blow, the young man threw Mr. President onto the floor, and 2 more bodies were lying on the floor. Ju Hyuk was confident in his victory, and that he would complete this mission to the end. For the first time in his life, Mr. President was treated so mercilessly. He asked for mercy from the young man who began to approach him. Mr. President was so scared that he was ready to do anything. But it was impossible to come to an agreement with this madman Ju Hyuk. He was very determined about the outcome. Mr. President Doke Man cried like a baby. The young man showed him, as in childhood, that he must remain silent and cry. He is not little, after all, and must understand that he must take responsibility for his actions. The young man told him to stop. He didn't understand why he burst into tears because everything was going exactly as he did with all the other people. The young man said the most terrible words a few minutes later. He said that they still had 15 hours ahead of them, and during this time he could still help him to be reborn again. These words sounded like a sentence for Mr. President. He no longer knew what else to expect from this young man. It seemed that he had already been able to experience quite a lot. But this was not the end yet. It was night on the street, and young people were gathering near the house where the young man was now with the Mr. President he had stolen. Most likely they also wanted to take part in this mission. One of them said that 5 teams have already entered, and the fact that they have entered and are not leaving can only mean one thing. The fact that everyone who came in to complete this mission failed to complete it, and therefore the guys decided that they would leave and that they would not refuse to complete this mission. He had no doubts and decided that probably the one who was inside was already physically weakened because he entered into battle with so many people. The second one did not agree with him, and said that there are people who are very strange and very strong. The guys decided for themselves that if they want to survive, it is better to retreat inside either high-ranking players or some crazy people with whom it is simply impossible to come to an agreement. And who knows, perhaps the one who is inside is one of these, so the rest of the young people decided to abandon this mission. A young man stood over the body lying on the floor of his Mr. President. He tried to get him to regain consciousness. His mission was that he must hold him hostage 1600 hours. Mr. President opened his eyes. The young man told him what he was thinking while he was unconscious, and he came up with a very good plan. Ju Hyuk said that he is very rich, and with money he can somehow appease the police and get out if he gets caught as a pervert. Therefore, the young man will take care of his psychological state especially for him. Since he is in such a special position, he must now decide something. Today the smile did not leave the young man's face. It was exactly the opposite. From yesterday the young man said that they should discuss his salary for the future, and he continued that it should be 5 times more than it is now, and on top of everything, Mr. President should change his position in the company. It should have been a position that allowed the young man to earn money and do nothing at the same time. But these were not all the conditions that the young man wanted to set to Mr. President, which he had to fulfill after the liberation. The most important thing is that from that moment on the young man said, Mr. President will become his dog for a while and maybe forever, until he becomes a human again. Ju Hyuk, so that they can be together all this time. All these words sounded like a sentence from Mr. President. He could not refuse them for the only reason that he knew the consequences. It was night outside and it was a local prison which was surrounded by a metal fence. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone was in their cells and had to sleep. In this cell she was prisoner number 3270. It was exactly the same cell as all the others nearby. The officer who came to the cell window to let the prisoner hold out one more night most likely had some kind of plan to get the prisoner out of here. The officer said that very soon he will be able to walk free as much as his heart desires because his bracelet, which was on his hand, received a task that said within 24 hours that this guard would allow a first-degree criminal to escape from prison. The reward for such a mission was 500 million won. The prisoner who was in this cell listened very carefully to everything that the guard had just said to him through the window. He was pleased with what he heard. On the bracelet that was on the guard's hand, a new message was displayed. It said that after successful completion of this mission, the game of punishment will begin. This prisoner was one of those who killed people on order, and now someone needed this particular person to be released in order to carry out some mission. Today it was the same sunny morning as always in the Dokman Company office. The working day was starting. The office employees should have all been at their jobs. The head of the office came into the office where his employees and I were. He didn't understand what happened. They all gathered and were looking at something on the monitor. He approached his subordinates and asked why they had gathered and what happened. One of his employees replied that let him look for himself, and then he would understand what happened. The head of the department could not understand what they wanted him to see. Why did he need to watch this? Because he is the boss and they must obey him, which means start working because the working day has already begun. It's still interesting why everyone is looking at the monitor. He decided that he too should see this as what he saw the next minute. Dima didn't really like it. Before his eyes, sitting in a luxurious chair yesterday was his office employee, Ju Hyuk, who wished everyone a good morning. After the greeting, Ju Hyuk explained to everyone who looked at him that although it seems completely impossible, yesterday, by order of the president of the corporation, he was appointed to this high position. When the head of the office heard these words, he didn't understand how it happened that this upstart Ju Hyuk was able to change his position in one day. He was left with only questions. Why exactly did this idiot get such a high position? Why is it he who now has a personal account? Because just yesterday he was one of those who reported to the head of the office. How could the president promote him? This question was asked by the head of the office, and Ju Hyuk, in his address to the employees, said that he hopes that they will work together in the future. The young man was sitting in his luxurious office on his expensive armchair and thinking about how his life had changed during that night. This morning he would no longer have to work to earn pennies. From today he could do nothing at work and would receive 5 times more. If you think about it, it was all because of these glasses that he was given when he came to work in this office. His principle of making money has radically changed in recent days. Over the past few days, the young man earned and lost money that he would have had to save all his life. First, he earned a fairly large amount of money, and then it seemed to evaporate, and there was not a penny left in his account. Then he decided that the time had come when he would need to use the court ticket, and on his scoreboard he said that he was ready to do this. Thanks to this mission and the ticket, he was able to return part of the amount. Now his account had 500 million won, which is of course less than what he had, but it was also a large amount. And although he had 500 million won in his account that appeared in just one day, he had a reason why he was completely broken. He had to complete the main mission and earn 1 billion 7 days before he lost money on a visit. He was close to this goal and now he had 1 day left, 4 hours 2 minutes and 59 seconds until the end of this mission. Therefore, he has almost no time left. If the mission fails, the entire amount that will be in his account will be cancelled and reset to 0. He will again be left with nothing. Ju Hyuk sat in his beautiful office and thought that he could not lose this chance and his money. He needed to complete some mission in order to earn the remaining amount up to 1 billion. He understood that if he failed, he didn't even have a ticket and he wouldn't be able to earn such a large amount of money again, and he didn't understand what could happen after he failed the main mission. He sat and waited for some game or mission to come his way. He didn't care at all. He was ready for the conditions just to earn the amount he needed. At this time, everything in the prison was absolutely calm. No changes. All the prisoners were in their cells. In principle, it was like this every day here. Everything that happened on the territory of this prison was observed by operators from the decision-making center. One of the operators asked Guard Van to report the situation. Conveyor Van began his report with the fact that he, along with 10 escorted prisoners, was targeted for special surveillance in the visual range. At the end of his report, he said that no emergency situations occurred during the convoy of the decision-making center. He was told that his report had been accepted and asked that he immediately contact them in case of an emergency. Guard Van responded on the radio that he would definitely do it. In fact, he had already begun to carry out the mission. For this he eliminated the second guard by cutting his throat with a knife. He thought that now he could do the keys to everything were only in his hands. He could complete the mission and release the prisoner. The convoy approached the door that separated him from the prisoners and began to open it with his key. He was ready to fulfill his mission and get money for it. Behind a metal door on the bus sat several prisoners who were being transported to another prison in order to release prisoner number 3270. He was supposed to release everyone else from custody. In his hands were the keys to all the handcuffs of all the prisoners who were on this bus. He didn't take long to figure it out, and he decided that he would give the keys to the prisoners and let them do what they wanted. This was one of the simplest decisions for the guard. Well, when the guard had already decided to leave, he said that no matter what they did, they still couldn't escape. And he continued, when the game starts, the hacker will most likely take control of the police CCTV cameras and radios, and that all prisoners need to run as far as possible. Turn on. Having listened carefully to the guard, they could not understand what kind of game what he was talking about, and most importantly, they did not understand how he might as well let them go right now. He looked at his bracelet that he had on his hand and said that in any case, those who escaped from prison would be caught and punished in any case. Guard Van said that no matter where they go, they will still never escape from those who will pursue them. It was a penalty game in which they organized a hunt for escaped prisoners. If they succeed, everyone who participates in it receives a reward. On the one hand, there were people who needed freedom. Prisoner number 2.06 had several charges, including murder, first-degree theft. The reward for this man was 100 million. The second prisoner was number 2.078. He had several charges, including car theft and the murder of a policeman. There was also a reward of 100 million for him. On the other side there were people who desperately needed money. They had those same bracelets on their hands. Where at that moment a new mission appeared. The most important thing was that it was unclear which of them would be more dangerous. The prisoners who would now be escaping from prison or those who were ready to carry out any mission for money. This whole mission was invented to release prisoner number 3270 from prison. He was one of the very dangerous criminals. For the capture of prisoner number 3270 in this game there was a reward of 500 million, which only meant that he was strong enough and it was not so easy to defeat him in this mission. This prisoner was an authority, and among all the others he was the same as him. So when they had the opportunity to get free, they first of all turned to him. What should they do now, because they themselves did not know how to act. Prisoners number 3270 turned to prisoner Max Schick and asked him that he once said that he buried money somewhere, so they all need to get there first. And I will continue that he has one smuggler acquaintance who can help them get out of Korea. They will only need to get this money. A bus with prisoners was driving along the highway. It was accompanied by a drone that was monitoring the movement of this bus due to the mission that had just begun. Everyone who decided to play this mission had a bracelet showing the movement of this bus, which means who was on the other side knew approximately where they were moving. The guard looked at his bracelet again, and he couldn't understand where these idiots were going, and then said if they just quietly left somewhere, then it would be better for them to complete their mission. A sufficient number of prisoner hunters had already gathered. Each of them wanted to complete at least one mission and earn money if he got enough money. One of these hunters decided that he needed to get to the place in time before other participants started hunting for them. There weren't too many victims anyway. About 4 hours passed after the start of the penalty game. My daughter stepped on the street, and that was the time when it was possible to begin active actions. One of the hunters tracked the movement of the prisoners. He shouted loudly for them to stop immediately. It seemed that they might be afraid of his voice and really stop, and then there would be no victims. And this was the same hunter who had a crossbow in his hands, a fairly professional shooter, and after warning the prisoners to stop, he fired a shot from his crossbow. The hunter shot at the legs of a prisoner who was running away. This shot from a crossbow hit the target directly. The prisoner was wounded and blood sprayed in all directions. The prisoners fell to the ground and lay motionless. He had just been shot from a crossbow like some kind of animal, and the prisoner he shot was very weak for a criminal. One of the hunters said that he had just shot a prisoner. This is the reason why that prisoner needed to live a righteous life. The hunter turned his head towards his friend, the same hunter, and he asked him, because he is right and they will catch them. According to one observation, they will not notice anything. Great minds think alike. He also secretly caught someone, interrupted Okatav's conversation, one of the prisoners. He was quite calm and was not at all afraid of them. Prisoner in the hall was the hand of one of the hunters, the one who was wearing where the bracelet was, and said that if they are you bastards who wear the same watch, then for some reason there are more and more of them. This prisoner with the scar was prisoner number 2.804. The reward for him was 300 million, so he was of interest to hunters. One of the hunters thought that this one was not such a weakling as the one they shot, but on the other hand, the mission offered such a large amount of money for his head. A prisoner with a scar in his hand held a sharply sharpened wasp. He came closer to these hunters and asked who they were. The hunters were very scared. The prisoner did not think long about what to do with them, so he decided to send them all and not continue to listen to their excuse. He swung his sharp scythe and struck so hard that the first time he cut off the hunter's right hand, splashes of blood scattered in all directions. Exactly a second later the hand was lying on the ground separately from the hunter. The next moment, the second hand was also cut off with a scythe, and the prisoner made a scarecrow out of the hunter and placed it in the middle of the field. 2 hands of this hunter remained lying on the earth. This was done specifically so that all other hunters who are still hunting prisoners would understand how their hunt could end. Prisoners with a scar turned to prisoner number 3270. He told him that he dealt with local pests and that one of the prisoners was shot while he was on the stream. Prisoner 3270 tried to find out from the second hunter who survived how many other people are involved in the hunt for them, and how much money they pay for it. This hunter was kneeling in front of the thug prisoner 3270. He knew nothing and therefore could not tell him anything. The thug's hand fell on his head. The hunter thought that those they were hunting were strong enough, and now the situation has changed. It turns out that the victim is the hunter himself. The thug prisoner thought that these hunters were ordinary participants in the mission, and it was even very interesting to also participate in this mission. But he didn't decide to tinker with this hunter for long. Made one movement with one hand, which was lying on the hunter's head, and it was all over. The blood scattered in all directions and stained the thug. He thought it quickly. He got tired of everything. So it changes the rules of the game. Already the second hunter was lying on the earth in a pool of blood. The rules for completing the mission have indeed changed, and the players no longer hunt prisoners, but on the contrary, the prisoners want the players. The thug prisoner number 3270 stood and watched the pile of corpses that were lying in front of him. It was the one he had just twisted the head of, the second one who was lying there without arms, and several more of the same players who had those same bracelets on their hands. The thug prisoner thought that this was enough for today, and he should do completely different things that he wanted to do if he hadn't been interrupted. He approached the rest of the prisoners and told them to dig quickly to find the money. They needed to get out of the country as quickly as possible so that they would not be wanted. The thug prisoner said that he will abandon those who cannot find anything, so they must work very quickly. They have very little time. A prisoner with a scar approached Promil and told him that the bastards who were hunting them were clearly not gang members. He could not understand who they were. It was incomprehensible to him that these idiots received information about their whereabouts. Someone clearly transmitted to them their coordinates on the watch that everyone had on their wrist. The prisoner with the scar said that the thug had a bounty on their heads. This news surprised him a little and made him laugh. He wondered how much his head might be worth. He asked the prisoner with the scar if this was really true and he could tell how much they were paying for him. He told him that his head was worth 500 million won. The thug's spirits rose and he said that he had always dreamed of getting a reward on his head and finally his dream had come true. The prisoner with the scar ruled him with such luck. And I thought to myself, is he really trying to seem so stupid? 5 of their prisoners have already died and most likely this is not the end yet. Therefore, the prisoner with the scar turned to Manshik who was digging. He wanted to ask him how much money they had already found and how much they still had to dig up. Manshik said that they had already dug up 3 bundles of 500 million each. The prisoner with the scar asked how many more bundles were buried and he replied that there were 3 more bundles. Prisoner with the scar thought to himself that this complete idiot most likely decided to play big. That's why he needed such a large amount of money. Now I'll dig up 3 billion, this is better than I even hoped, all he needs is to use this stupid monster now. He thought that it would be difficult for him to earn such a large amount of money on his own. He decided for himself that with this money he would start a new life with a clean slate, and this thought lifted his spirits. He was even ready to dance. The hunters who watched the prisoners with binoculars saw this whole picture. They did not understand what these 2 idiotic prisoners who were dancing were doing. One of them was a thug who was happy that they were paying 500 million won for his head, and the second prisoner with a scar who had already decided that it was all money only he will get it. Taking the binoculars to the side, he saw another prisoner digging some packages out of the ground. Several such packages were already standing near him. When this hunter took his wreath even further, he saw a mountain of corpses that were lying on the earth. All of them were the same participants in this mission as this hunter. He thought that this was much more dangerous than it seemed to him at first. These were 2 new participants in this mission. They also wanted to take part in this hunt when they looked through the whole situation with binoculars. One of them asked the other if they would participate. The second replied that of course it was not for nothing that they had come so far away. In fact, there were not 2 of them, but already 3 hunters. They discussed what the reward was for the mission and the fact that they saw the buried money. They definitely could not retreat. They decided that they would play big in this game. One of these hunters looked at his watch and said that he did not understand whether they were doing the right thing because it seemed very strange to him to hunt people as game. The second of the players said that these prisoners cannot be called people. Each of them has such a criminal record that there is no right to them, but they can only be hunted like animals. He also said that these non-human creatures give 500 million for the second 300 million and for 4 more 100 million each. He told his comrade to get ready. He was such a rag. They had to act according to plan and reminded him not to forget that their lives were also at stake. This hunter proposed a plan to catch these prisoners one by one from a distance. He suggested shooting them with a crossbow. This was the most effective and safest method. To do this, it was necessary to keep a distance from them and catch them one by one, and if they start to run away, then shoot them. Of course, some people couldn't allow them to do this and they were ready to start the mission and enter the game as it seemed to them that they were ready to win this battle. When the players had almost started their movement, someone called out to them. It was another player. The guy who was with the crossbow was very indignant. He didn't want to share the reward with anyone else. The young man who stood in front of them said that there is no point in being on guard all the time. Their plan is not very successful because in this regard it is not clear who is being hunted and for whom. The young man continued that he was just an ordinary office worker. He did not want to share any information about himself. First, he wanted to observe what was happening and assess the situation. All the other players thought he was an office worker. They didn't want to take him on because they thought he didn't know how to do anything and would only bother them. The young man, taking out a dagger, asked the others if they were also a participant in the game. He needed to understand how many opponents he had here. The young man said that he had a great plan that he could share with them if they wanted it, of course. He looked very pleased because he knew if he caught prisoner number 3270, he would get his 500 million won, which is exactly the amount needed to complete the previous mission, so he insisted that these players listen to him. These 3 players were not at all interested in everything that the young man standing in front of them was saying. It seemed to them that he was very self-confident and did not represent anything. One of these players said that he does not know who he is and he is not at all interested in listening to what he calls the plan. The young man was not going to argue with them. He was confident enough in himself. He was not even interested in whether they would agree or not. The player who was holding a crossbow pointed it at the young man, and said that he didn't really want to become bait for these prisoners. This player said that they didn't look like weaklings and that the young man would stop talking nonsense. He asked him to get the hell out of here, and he also added that if he doesn't get out in about 3, he'll shoot from his crossbow. This player began to count after a pause. He said 2. The young man did not expect something 3. He said that he suggested the best way for everyone. The player with the crossbow said the number 3 and said that he was ready to pull the trigger and let this idiot die as he thought he was doing everything right. The arrow flew out of the crossbow and flew towards the young man. One of the players who decided to take part in this mission understood that only one of them would win, so this player made such a decision. The young man was a little confused. He did not expect that these young people who decided to take part in this game would be so stupid, and instead of completing tasks they would start shooting wood concrete from each other. With just a well-aimed blow of his dagger, he deflected Ju Hyuk's arrow. She would do so professionally that no one could understand what happened. The rest of the players stood and could not say anything. They were surprised at how clearly the young man was able to deflect a crossbow arrow. They no longer thought he was so helpless office work. The player who shot from the crossbow was not only surprised, but he couldn't say a single word. He even opened his mouth in surprise. Something incredible just happened before his eyes, and the young man replied that he shouldn't have said when he would shoot. Ju Hyuk used a dagger to break the arrow from the crossbow into 2 parts and threw it aside. None of these 3 players had ever seen such a reaction. Ju Hyuk told them to start listening to him. While he was still on good terms, he said that he could listen to all their complaints. The players who stood opposite the young man threw their weapons on the ground there after what they saw. They said that they had no complaints and were ready to listen carefully. The young man said that this is excellent. In that case, they are now starting the operation, the plan that he explained to them, and that they should act only on his command. It was a very remote area. One single house that stood in the middle. On one side there was a field turning into mountains, and on the other side there was a forest plantation. It was near this house that the land was completely closed in order to find the last buried money. They had practically dug up the entire field, and there was very little space left where these scrolls with money could be. One of the digging prisoners said how stupid you had to be to forget where you buried your money, and cursed very loudly because he had already dug up a whole field. When he turned it on, he heard some sounds. They started coming from the side. He couldn't understand what was happening, but it was clearly human speech, so he decided to raise his head and see where these sounds were coming from. 3 young people stood in front of the prisoners. They didn't know that these were players, and the headhunters of the prisoners didn't think what kind of idiot had appeared here, and of course they had to check that these idiots weren't wearing bracelets for hours. The prisoners were outraged. These idiots came here with their bare hands and thought that they shouldn't be buried right in this field where they are looking for money. One of those players who was with a crossbow, he stood with his eyes closed. I understand that they could be killed at any moment. Therefore, he did not wait for the end of the developing events. I shouted to the other 2 players to make sure, and the first one ran to the forest plantation in order to hide from those for whom he came here to hunt. The prisoner with the scar gave the command to all the other prisoners to catch them. It seemed that the rules of the game had changed, and now there was a hunt for the hunters. The prisoners holding in their hands everything they had, a shovel well, they rushed after the fleeing young people. It seemed like a little more, and they would catch up with them. The players ran away very quickly as it seemed to them. Well, the prisoners were also no slouch, and they were practically catching up with them. They ran to the right place for them. This was Ju Hyuk's plan. All these guys had to do was lure them to the indicated place, and then he would deal with them himself. These players had to run to the house that Ju Hyuk showed them. This was supposed to be a trap for them. All 3 players ran to the indicated place. Each thought to himself that there he already sees the goal where he should run. When 3 young men ran to this house, they saw no one there, and this was very disappointing to them. It turns out that they agreed to this plan, but they were most likely deceived. Each of them was very indignant because everything that was happening was not part of their plans. They wanted to know where this idiot was who sent them there to be bait. They realized that there was no one in the house, but 4 prisoners were running behind them, and they too were already there. Near this house, the player who had a crossbow realized that the young man had collected for them. The prisoners became insolent and came closer and closer to the young people. They said that those damn pests, that there were no holes where they could bury them, and digging new holes was so exhausting. One of the prisoners suggested that instead of digging holes after they killed these players, just burn them here and leave them. Therefore, The prisoners didn't stop for long and decided that they really needed to kill all these players. One of them by the shovel and decided to hit one of the opponents on the head so he would knock him down, and when he fell he could finish him off with a shovel. There was a whistling sound in the air. It was an axe flying towards the prisoner who was trying to attack with a shovel. Everything happened very quickly and no one could understand who threw the axe. The axe hit the shovel and the prisoner who was running jumped back. He was a little dumbfounded. Exactly a minute ago he didn't see a single person in front of him who could fight him back. The axe fell right in front of him and stuck into the ground. It was clearly someone they couldn't see. Because those three were just cowards and they couldn't do such a thing. The prisoner began to shout loudly, "Let the one who did this come out here." He thought that he could scare the young man with his scream. Well, it was just a plan that Ju Hyuk came up with. The young man shouted that he didn't need to know who he was. He took some dry straw in his hand and set it on fire with a lighter. The next minute he threw this burning straw directly onto a fence made of the same straw while shouting that everything he needed to know. The fence stood for a very long time and therefore was very dry. When the fire hit it, it instantly ignited and began to burn. It flared up so quickly it engulfed the entire perimeter around this house. In fact, everyone who was in the courtyard began to find themselves in a fire trap. Ju Hyuk stood on the roof of the house and said that from this moment on, none of those present would get out of here, and asked for their peace and to give him the opportunity to destroy them all. And the most important thing is that they give him the money. Firstly, this is the money that the prisoners had, and secondly, the money that was due for completing the mission. Having listened to the young man's speech to the end, two of the players who had just been bait for the prisoners asked them, he should also destroy this. This was also part of his plan. Ju Hyuk jumped from the roof to launch his attack. At first, his plans included the destruction of all the prisoners who were here. They could no longer escape anywhere due to the fire that surrounded them. One of the prisoners began to panic. He shouted that this fucking fire had cut off the entire retreat route and they were now blocked. The second one calmed him down so that he did not panic. He said that there was only one guy and they could deal with him. Ju Hyuk did not waste time any longer and kicked one of the prisoners several times. This was very unexpected for them, and they did not have time to defend themselves. The three other prisoners stood and watched as one of them was already lying on the ground. They understood that if the young man dealt with one so quickly, then it would cost him nothing to deal with everyone else. The prisoner was lying on the ground covered in blood. Foam was coming out of his mouth. He no longer posed any threat, and was completely immobilized. Ju Hyuk walked towards the rest of the prisoners and said that it was time for them to panic. The other three prisoners didn't know what to do because they couldn't escape. There was fire all around. The prisoners decided that the young man was most likely abnormal, and because they could not escape anywhere, they decided to attack him first if they succeeded. Therefore, all three prisoners ran towards the young man. It seemed to them that if there were three of them, they could destroy him. Moreover, one had a shovel and two prisoners had knives. But in order to attack the young man, they had to at least hit him. One of the prisoners tried to hit him with a shovel, but he very deftly dodged the blow. The prisoner with the shovel tried to strike blow after blow. Well, all his attempts were unsuccessful. The young man very deftly avoided his blows. On the other hand, the second prisoner also tried to strike with a knife, but his attacks were also unsuccessful. Ju Hyuk understood that he couldn't last this long, and therefore decided that he needed to end this already. For this he needed to correctly assess the situation. He looked around carefully. I don't know his capabilities. He decided how he would act next. He needed to finish with these prisoners. Therefore, when the prisoner tried to strike with a shovel, the young man with his elbow delivered a preemptive blow to the prisoner's jaw. So he flew to the side with his hand and knocked out the other prisoner's knife. Exactly a second later, the knife that was in the prisoner's hands was already in Ju Hyuk's hands. Now the weapon was in his hands. Now the young man had every opportunity to destroy these two attackers in a matter of seconds, because each of them could bring him 100 million won. The prisoner stood with frightened eyes. I don't know what to do, run away. He had nowhere to attack. Now he had nothing to fight with. He understood that their forces were unequal. The next second, splashes of blood scattered around the body of this prisoner with that very knife, and he himself was wounded and was no longer dangerous. There was one more prisoner who stood behind him in his hands. He also had a nose. A minute ago he was quite aggressive, but now in his eyes there was only fear for his life. Ju Hyuk did not stand on ceremony for long and attacked his last enemy. He decided that he needed to first be disarmed and then destroyed. Therefore, he struck the first blow on the prisoner's hand and knocked out his knife. The prisoner, out of fear, did not even resist. The next moment the young man came as close as possible to the average prisoner in order to strike him as hard as possible. He did not want to bother with them for long. Therefore, he dealt one very strong blow so that this prisoner completely passed out and fell to the ground and was already lying unconscious. Ju Hyuk decided to act for sure and dealt several more blows so that the prisoners would not be able to come to their senses in the near future. The players who were bait for the prisoners stood aside and watched everything that was happening. They could not understand because everything they saw was impossible for one person to do. But Ju Hyuk did it. It was just a game. The rules of this game were a choice between money and his life. So Ju Hyuk stood up to professionally hunt for money. In the last few minutes, 4 criminals were subdued, for which there was a reward of 400 million won, which only meant one thing. The young man received another 400 million won into his account. Footsteps were heard approaching from behind the gate. Most likely someone was looking for the lost prisoners. After all, they did not return to there. Another prisoner appeared at the gates of this courtyard who was interested in who was playing with fire here. This only meant one thing, that for the young man the game was not over yet and the mission had not been completed to the end. It was the same prisoner with the scar on his face. Number 2804. This prisoner had 18 charges including murder, arson, kidnapping and many burglaries. There was a reward on his head of 300 million won. The prisoner with the scar looked around and turned to the young man. Was it really he who did everything himself and caught these bastards too? Ju Hyuk didn't understand what he meant with the scar, so he asked him what he wanted and whether he was going to take revenge for them. The prisoner with the scar said that he was here to complete the job. If he had already started, then he needed to go to the very end and cut the throats of all the prisoners lying on the earth. The prisoner with the scar could not understand. Was the young man just an amateur? He should have sent them to the next world himself, and not waited until he finished them off. The young man understood that this prisoner was not such a weakling as the previous one. He would now have to fight him. Of course he would not be afraid and would not immediately give up like the others. The prisoner with the scar said that the young man was probably ready to get several new holes in his body. Ju Hyuk answered him that he was always ready for any battle, and so that he knew that it had happened before that he got a hole in his body. These words made the prisoner with the scar laugh. He thought that this young man was some kind of clown, and most likely he was trying to seem better than he really was. The prisoner with the scar decided that there was no need to stall for a long time and decided to attack the young man, and said that it was time for them to start. This prisoner thought that the young man was caught, and he would not be able to give him a worthy rebuff because he was unarmed. The prisoner was completely confident in his strengths and his capabilities because he had killed people more than once. Your life had shown him that this young man was not so strong and he could quickly deal with him. Therefore, the prisoner tried to strike blow after blow. Well, the attacks were useless. The young man avoided the blows with a knife, but the prisoner with the scar did not want to stop and continued to attack. The last time a prisoner tried to attack, of course he did not achieve his goal, but his knife cut off several tufts of hair on the head of a young man. This prisoner was good with both hands. This prisoner had 2 knives in his hands, so he was twice as dangerous. The only thing he couldn't understand was with the scar. How did the young man avoid his attack? Ju Hyuk thought and then said that in that case, the one with the scar should wait 1 minute. He wanted to add something else, but the prisoner with the scar interrupted him and asked if he was really scared in that case. Let him take a knife so that they could be on equal terms. Ju Hyuk said that he was not scared, but this is what he thought about. He turned around and went to the rack where various household tools were lying. He tinkered with these tools for a while and then said that this should be enough and took something out of there. 3 players who were also in this territory stood and watched from around the corner. Of course they were very interested in how the battle between the young man and this prisoner would end, but they themselves no longer wanted to take part in it. Ju Hyuk some tools from the shelf and said that he had not done this properly for a long time. He was completely confident in himself and in his abilities. The prisoner with the scar looked at this whole picture and didn't understand whether the young man was seriously going to fight with him, or whether he got it only to defend himself. In both hands the young man had a sharpened hoe, and he had already taken the stance of a praying mantis. He was about to attack. It was not clear to him what this prisoner didn't like in all this. The young man thought that the prisoner with the scar was most likely scared. All the idiots that this prisoner had met before in peaceful life began to show off in front of him. I don't understand who they were dealing with. Well, as soon as he pulled out a knife, their behavior immediately changed. They were ready to give everything they had. None of them had resisted yet. Even those brave souls who threatened to come here with a scar, who were confident in their abilities, completely changed after a few minutes. As soon as this one with the scar made a few cuts, they already knelt down and begged him for mercy and forgiveness. That's why this guy with the scar always had fun. He never received a worthy rebuff from anyone. He didn't have a single worthy opponent. But today this young man made him think. He was ready to fight him with 2 hoes and was not afraid of him at all. What was wrong with this young man? He was clearly not like everyone else. Ju-hyuk coped well with these 2 hoes. In his hands they became much more dangerous than the enemy's 2 knives. The young man was completely confident in himself. The moment of truth had arrived. On one side there was a prisoner with a scar with 2 knives in his hands, and on the other side there was a young man with 2 hoes. The wallpaper was not going to lose and was completely confident in their abilities. They took turns trying to attack in this way to find out how well the enemy was prepared. The young man moved much faster to strike. The prisoner with a scar on his face could not understand whether it could be that the young man had driven him into a corner, but he really had better control of his weapon. The prisoner decided that this couldn't happen and he didn't want to give up, so he shouted, "Idiot. I have 2 knives." But for Ju-hyuk it didn't mean anything. He didn't care what weapon his opponent had. He was ready to fight to the end and knew what he was doing. Ju-hyuk understood that the advantage was on his side, and after delivering several blows, the prisoner with the scar was now dodging. This amused the young man a little. A few minutes ago the situation was the opposite. The prisoner with the scar couldn't understand why. This young man was laughing in a situation where one wrong move meant death. Then another thought dawned on this prisoner. Ju-hyuk, after he took the hose in his hands, he treated him like was something very small and looked down on him, and therefore was able to drive him into a corner in a matter of seconds. He didn't just consider him some small thing. He considered him a beetle that he could crush at any moment so that not a trace remained. Who was he, thought this prisoner. I once overwhelmed him completely, who was asking for him for all the humiliation that he experienced for several minutes. No one had ever done this to him before. He shouted at the young man who he was to humiliate him, and decided that he now had to deal the final blow to him. Ju-hyuk stood very calmly and watched the prisoner with the scar. He understood perfectly well that emotions never lead to results, especially in any fights. The most important thing here is endurance and a well-thought-out plan. The young man answered this prisoner that he deserved to be treated this way. Therefore, if no one had told him about this before that moment, then he would be the first to put him in his place. Therefore, the young man did not wait long and applied the praying mantis style. He took turns striking the prisoner's hands with hose. So he knocked out the knives that he was holding from both hands. The next blows were already accompanied by splashes of blood in all directions. This prisoner with a scar on his face was lying on the ground in a pool of blood. He could no longer move and therefore was also not dangerous like his comrades. Ju-hyuk said that someone who does not know his place in life cannot be strong in his soul. He celebrated his victory. One goal was also eliminated. The board showed that there was one more prisoner, number 2.804, and therefore a reward of 400 million won was received for him. The young man was a little happy. But this is not the end of the game. The mission would be completed only if absolutely all the prisoners were eliminated, but the most important and last remained. The players began to argue among themselves where they should go. Some said that they needed to go to the mountains in search of 500 million won. Others, on the contrary, said that they need to go to the sea. That's where they will find their 500 million won. And this player was Ju-hyuk, who wanted to go to the sea. Everyone else obediently followed him. One of the players plucked up courage and asked the young man if he no longer needed them. Could they leave? Ju-hyuk said why should they leave, there is one more left that they did not neutralize, so they should follow him, and not ask unnecessary questions. One of the players said that this last prisoner is a very bad person, known for having killed 13 hooligans with his bare hands, and the last time he killed almost all of them himself. The players told the young man that they were out to catch him from the very beginning, and even more so they were left without weapons, so they were not going to engage in battle. The players, interrupting each other, gave arguments why they did not want to continue participating in this game. They were very afraid for their lives and did not see any point in it. The next minute they fell silent. Some kind of fear appeared on their faces. Everything they weren't afraid of, such an impression was now in front of them. Behind Ju-hyuk stood the same thug prisoner, number 3270. He asked the players who stood in front of him if they were talking about him. This thug prisoner said that if they were all already assembled, it meant that they could start getting acquainted. He was confident in himself, and that's why he said so. After these words, he decided to immediately strike the young man without warning. He never liked to stand on ceremony and believed that strength was on his side. Ju Hyuk managed to block his blow and went on the defensive. He didn't expect that this thug would start striking so quickly. But the young man was not a coward and therefore he dealt the next blow. So this thug could not even parry this blow. The blow reached its target. But the thug stood as if nothing had happened. A smile appeared on his face that could only mean one thing. He was so confident in his abilities and did not consider any of these players to be a worthy opponent. Although on the other hand, this young man who stood in front of the thug just tried to engage in battle with him. They stood in front of each other. One of them, the thug, thought that this guy was able to stop him, and Ju Hyuk thought that this thug, the prisoner, withstood his blow. Each of the two of them was not going to give up and wanted to go to the last. It became very interesting which of them would emerge victorious, the robbed prisoner or the young man who was able to defeat the rest of the prisoners. This game had the same rules as in other games. With each victory the player moved to the highest level and each subsequent level was more difficult than the previous one. And here now was the most difficult level. So Ju Hyuk did not stop and went back to the attack, striking this thug. Ju Hyuk's advantage was that he was very fast and his reaction was instantaneous. So the number of blows he managed to inflict on the prisoner was very large. The thug was furious. But despite this, he did not have time to fight back. He received blow after blow. His confidence was already beginning to disappear somewhere. Ju Hyuk delivered a series of kicks to his head. The thug even stopped resisting. All his words that he said a few minutes ago were no longer relevant. The young man did not stop and delivered a very strong kick to his lower jaw. This blow is considered such that it can knock out an opponent even as strong as this thug. After this blow, splashes of blood really flew in all directions. She said that this thug prisoner was about to collapse to the ground. But he continued to stand on his feet. The young man was pleased that he was able to deliver a number of blows and cooled down this thug a little. He even thought to himself that he shouldn't have been so arrogant because he still got what he deserved. This relaxed the young man a little and the prisoner decided to take advantage of this moment, and also strike the young man when this was not expected here. Ju Hyuk managed to dodge this blow. The young man thought that it turned out that this idiot had smashed the prisoners much stronger than all the others who had come before and their battle was not over yet. The thug prisoner tried to attack again and tried to strike the young man several more times, and then decided to grab his head with his huge hand. If he had done this, then Ju Hyuk would have been the end. Only the young man's quick reaction saved him from the blows of this thug. He very skillfully evaded the blows and tried to attack himself. It seemed that this thug prisoner set himself the task of catching the young man Ju Hyuk with his opinion, and quickly walked away from the fight with the enemy. The young man didn't have any plan in his head. He really understood that this thug prisoner was really stronger than him physically, and he was also bigger than him. The brute stood in a stance to launch a new attack on the young man and grab him. He was maddened by this idea and wanted to end the game. He attacked the young man, fully confident that he could capture him, and then he would be finished. He would not be able to resist him. This time the thug achieved his success and really captured the young man. It seemed to him that victory was very close. This was his success. The blow was so strong that blood sprayed from the young man's mouth. This prisoner was a really strong opponent, which is why the reward on his head was such a large sum of money. The prisoner was holding Ju Hyuk with his huge hands. It seemed just a little more, and he would break him in half and throw him to the ground. Prisoner 3270 practically celebrated his victory. He decided that if he had already caught the young man, then he would not be able to escape from his hands, and therefore he won. This prisoner held the young man in his hands so that he could not reach the ground. It seemed a little more and this fight would come to an end. Camilla, the prisoner, was completely confident and told this to the young man so that he knew that with such a difference in the level of training and strength, one fight would be the end of him. Therefore, he asked the young man not to rock the boat. This would be very reasonable. On his part, he is ready to finish this fight. But a person whose mind turns off, he acquires at the same time hysterical strength. In emergency situations, a person may develop supernatural power. Endorphin and adrenaline, in what situations, flow into a person's brain and then the person receives this hysterical force, which is several times greater than the strength that the person possessed before. So it happened and now the young man received this force, which was greater than that of the thug prisoner. Ju Hyuk slipped out of the thug's hands and began to choke him. Then he began to choke and asked him for forgiveness for being a little peculiar. The young man was strangling this thug of a prisoner. I explained to him that usually he controls his powers, but since he decided that he was very strong, so he was forced to act this way. Ju Hyuk decided not to stand on ceremony for a long time. Did not tell your opponent that in this case. Let him just die and then the game will end. After which he delivered several fatal blows from which the thug stopped moving and he was no longer as formidable to resist as a few minutes ago. After the blows struck by the young man, the thug's head fell to the ground. So it broke the concrete slab that was covered. The enemy himself lay there, and did not make a single sound. And this task was completed. The display showed that the task of subduing prisoner number 3270 was completed. Because of him a reward of 500 million won was paid. This meant that the part of the game where the hunt for criminals was completed. Everything that happened was monitored by a drone that transmitted all the information. Ju Hyuk thought that again. He pulled his muscles and they will hurt like it was on a mission at a construction site. The scoreboard showed that the penalty game was completed and the young man received 1,200,000,000 won for it. This was a very good result. Ju Hyuk stood and looked at the nature surrounding him. He remembered the old days when he was still serving in a special unit. Of course he was pleased that he had earned such a large amount of money. The rest of the players stood aside and only now they were able to talk because before that fear overwhelmed them. One of them said that the young man single-handedly caught this brute. With his strength he was able to defeat a completely different, much larger weight category. The players began to whisper among themselves. They understood that they would not receive any money for the mission, but there was still other money. This is the one that the prisoners dug up. Therefore, one of the players said that let's secretly take the money that they dug up. The second agreed because he was completely sure that Ju Hyuk did not know about this money. One of the players told the young man that this is a very good job. The second said that he can already go, and they will clean up here. Ju Hyuk didn't understand what these words could mean. Why were they going to clean up after all? This task was not part of the mission. The young people were a little confused and didn't know how to answer him correctly. They wanted him to leave here as quickly as possible because they had a plan. Before he could say that he agreed, he felt some kind of burning sensation in his neck. It was a small dart that someone had thrown at him. It was not just a dart, but a paralyzing dart. Within a few seconds the person should have become motionless and fell to the ground, so passed out. He should have been there for some time. All other players received exactly the same dart on their neck and instantly fell to the ground, completely paralyzed. They could not move at all. The only one who did not fall to the ground was a young man. He stood on his feet resisting the poison that entered his body with this dart. The young man tried to scan the situation that was happening around him. He began to scan the player who, in his opinion, used those very poison darts. Someone's leg appeared before the young man's eyes. He didn't understand, because the penalty game had just been completed, which means the mission was also completed. Then who was this person, and maybe he was not alone. Access to scan this person was denied. The board showed that scanning the target was impossible. In front of the young man stood someone in a mask and holding a pistol. This masked man said even after he was hit by a dart with poison, he continues to hold on. Ju Hyuk asked the man in the mask who he is. He didn't understand what was happening at all, but he tried with all his might not to pass out. Behind this unacquainted person, some monsters with chains began to appear. A stranger in a mask said if he was interested, then let him come closer and find out who they are. In front of the young man stood some kind of stranger with a mask and behind him stood two more monsters with chains in their hands. The stranger will continue and told the young man that soon he will find out everything. This unknown masked man and several monsters who were walking behind him were clearly heading towards the young man to intimidate him. Ju Hyuk held on with all his strength. Ice still spread through his body, and he felt his body becoming cottony. The next moment he simply collapsed to the ground because he could not resist the effect of the poison. He lay on the ground like the three other players. The stranger to the mask came very close to the young man. Everything that was happening became more and more interesting and more interesting. This stranger said that he was waiting. Ju Hyuk was lying on the ground, practically paralyzed in front of him, and the scoreboard was displayed in his glasses. He couldn't see well what was written there. The only thing he heard was the sound of a ding. This sound was made only when money was either withdrawn or received into his account. It was written that as 099 whose name was Kim Ju Hyuk. His balance was 1.7 billion won. It was some kind of corridor reminiscent of a prison. On the right and left there were doors, and these doors there were small windows on which there were bars. At the end of the corridor there was a metal door that was locked with a huge lock. It seemed that this had already happened to him before. He was walking along the long corridor, all alone. From behind these doors some sounds were heard. His legs are absolutely bosses. It looks like they have never seen shoes, and his trousers were badly torn at the bottom. This is due to the fact that he walked without shoes. The boy walked along this corridor towards the iron bars. He wanted to get out of here. He didn't understand why he was here. The only question this boy has is, why is he here? How could this happen that he ended up in such a terrible place? When he came closer, there were other children behind bars. They were very ugly and unkempt. One of these boys asked why he ran away from them into solitary confinement. The boy stood looking at them and didn't know what to answer. He had tears in his eyes. He didn't want to be here. It was some kind of nightmare. He shouted no, and at that moment he opened his eyes. He had not dreamed of such horror for a long time, so he woke up in a cold sweat. Raising his head, he saw that he was on his bed, which means he was sleeping at home. But then why did he have such a nightmare? If he's at home, then how did he get here? I don't remember at all how he got home and what happened to him after he passed out. Ju-hyuk tried to strain and remember what happened yesterday, and how he got home. Well, as soon as he started to remember, his memories ended. He clearly remembered how he defeated that thug of a prisoner, and mentally celebrated the victory, and winning in this game because he earned a large amount of money. Then he remembered how the dart hit his neck and that he resisted for a long time so as not to fall because this dart was poisoned with a paralyzing poison. Then he vaguely remembers some stranger, a mask on his face. Everything that happened then seemed to be blurry. And then he didn't remember anything at all and woke up on his bed. The young man concentrated on that strange mask that he saw. It reminded him of something. Or maybe he had already seen it somewhere. Well, the interesting thing is that he could not be identified. This masked man with his monsters, they were clearly somehow connected with this organization. The young man decided to turn on the TV and listen to the news. The news reported that a fire occurred in a convoy bus that was transporting prisoners to death row. All those sentenced to death died as a result of a bus fire. The young man thought about everything that had just been said to the news. It turned out that his intervention meant nothing. He sat a little upset because he knew the truth. Ju-hyuk decided to check what was going on with the mission and the money. It became interesting how much money is in his account now after he won this mission and received the winnings. The young man clicked on check and accounts and his current balance showed that there was 1.7 billion won in his account. The money was all right. It remained in his account. Then he decided to check the main mission. The board showed that the main mission where it was necessary to earn 1 billion in 7 days was successfully completed. The difficulty level and the reward for the mission were increased. Ju-hyuk caught himself thinking that all this could mean that all the missions ended without problems, and he earned a fairly large amount of money. The young man felt something on his neck just a second ago. He thought that everything was fine with him, and then again he realized that there would be a next game. He couldn't see what exactly was on his neck because it was from behind. He tried to take it off but he couldn't. Then the display showed that a new mission was starting, that the S-04 combat bomb had been discovered and that it was necessary to complete 5 consecutive missions. The reward would be announced after completion. The young man thought that there really was a combat bomb attached to the back of his neck, and it could explode at any moment if he did not complete one of these 5 missions. This thought very much frightened the young man. Only the fact that he was the carrier of a military bomb did not allow him to calm down, and he also thought that if it exploded, his head would fly off. The first mission out of 5 was displayed on the board. This mission was that it was necessary to contact a colleague, and this had to be done in 30 minutes. If the young man is unable to contact the named colleague during the time allotted to him to complete this mission, then in case of defeat there will be an instant explosion. It was the morning of a working day in the office. Everything was as usual, so all employees had to be at their workplaces. Every morning in the office began with buying coffee from the vending machines and drinking it before the start of the working day, and some employees did this several times during the day. When the head of the office bought coffee for himself today, he thought that he really liked making Ju-hyuk run for coffee. Of course, he was tired of buying coffee for himself every day lately, and he decided that it was time to put things in order. Thoughts materialized and, looking to the side, the office manager saw Ju-hyuk, who was very quickly heading, as he then thought, to his workplace. The young man flew like an arrow, having only time to shout to the head of the office to get out of the way. He didn't have time for everything else. He needed to complete the mission. The boss didn't have time to step aside, so the young man flew past him like a whirlwind, throwing him aside. So he didn't have time to understand anything. The glass of his morning coffee was lying on the floor, and this only meant one thing. The boss in the office would now have to go buy new coffee for himself. Not saving thought that if a young man is in such a hurry to get to his job, then he also has some restrictions and most likely he shouldn't be late. Therefore, he was happy about this event. He thought that if Ju Hyuk was late, he might be fired, she might appoint an office manager in his place. The young man ran along all the offices. He understood that he needed to get in and contact exactly that employee who had the letter U in his name. While he got to the office, he went through all his employees and realized that the only one who had the letter Y in his name was Yu Soo-yeon. He was in no hurry to get to her. Soo-yeon was already sitting at her workplace and, as always, was busy with something. This greatly facilitated the young man's mission. He thought Soo-yeon was the one he needed, so he needed to get to her office as quickly as possible. The girls Ju Hyuk told her good morning. She sat there a little. I don't understand why he was so excited, and today he came up to her to wish her good morning. The girl asked the young man what happened to him, putting her work aside. She had not seen him like this for a long time. She could not get a clear answer to her question. The young man began to mumble something completely incomprehensible, and his behavior seemed not very adequate to smile at her. Finally, he lost his temper that among all the colleagues with the name Yu, there is only her in this office, and he is performing one very important task. The board showed that the task to contact a colleague who was one of the first in a sequential mission was completed, which meant that the second task would appear very soon. The girl could not understand what kind of task it was that was connected with her, and even more so, he said that it was a very important task. The update of the sequential mission was displayed on the board and the second task was written. You had to stay 3 m away from you. The remaining time to complete the task was 6 o'clock hours. The young man began to tell the girl that he had recently changed his position and his job and asked her that recently someone had called her and probably suggested that she needed a break from excessive work. Ju Hyuk decided to behave naturally, so he asked the girl to leave work today. It was completely his authority, which he now held in this company. He invited the girl to have a good rest, like with him instead of working, and his assistant Choi, the head of the office, would do all the work for her that day. The head of the office just came in and wanted to sit down at his workplace. Having heard these words, he was indignant. But the young man said that he had heard this whole conversation right there, so he wouldn't have to repeat it again. Ju Hyuk looked at the head of the office and with a very malicious face asked him if he would do all the girls' work today. The head of the office could not refuse his boss, so he replied that yes, of course. Today he will not only do his job, but also do everything that Soo-yeon had to do. And the young man also thought about the expenses for this vacation, so he decided to look on his phone. How much money he can spend. He came across a very strange correspondence. He definitely saw it for the first time. Since he couldn't see on his phone how much money he could spend, he decided that he would pay for all the entertainment with a card that he recently received from his boss. The girl was very happy. She asked the young man again. If everything is as he says, then she will be able to take a vacation whenever she wants. Ju Hyuk answered her yes, but only with him. Well, if the girl said so and it's true, then she agrees to spend this day with him and thought for a while. She had to decide how she wanted to spend her day off. And she said that it should be a picnic in the park because she had dreamed about it for a very long time, and could not afford it because of work. And also it should be bowling. She showed that playing during working hours is even more interesting than on a day off when there are a lot of people there. She also wanted to go to the cinema and watch one of the latest films that were shown in the hall. There should be no people in the hall, and she can watch the film in peace. The young man thought that today they were having fun according to the program that the girl came up with, and for a moment it seemed to him that this was all very similar to a date. The scoreboard showed that you still need to keep your distance from your colleague 1 hour 30 minutes. So they went to one of the most sophisticated restaurants. They sat opposite each other at a distance of 3 m. Outside the window of their table there was a very beautiful view. The girl said that she was very happy today. She had a lot of fun. It's much more fun than it was when she was in high school. Soo-yeon was constantly talking about something. The young man listened very carefully to her. The girl noticed this and asked for forgiveness that she was too noisy. Drink a little alcohol. The girl said that recently it had been very difficult for her. She tried and worked a lot. Well, this work was somehow endless and not enjoyable for her. She thanked the young man for providing her with such an opportunity today, and thanks to him she felt better, although it was a concern due to excessive work. She did not stop thanking the young man. Of course she was under the influence of alcohol and could have said something unnecessary, but he still looked at her and listened very carefully. At some point she thought about it and decided to tell the young man something very pleasant from the history of her life. From the outside it seemed that she would even cry now. Ju Hyuk inserted 2 sticks into his mouth so that it seemed that he had 2 fangs sticking out, and said that this was a mustachioed walrus. This was his 3rd task that came to him on the board. He needed to make you laugh. For this he only had 57 seconds. At first the girl didn't understand because she just wanted to tell him something very important about her life, and it wasn't funny at all. Soo-yeon asked the young man what he was doing. After all, it was completely indecent to behave like that in an expensive restaurant. The young man continued to pretend to be a margin. The girl couldn't help herself and laughed. She asked what he was doing and laughed loudly. She thought that he was already drunk and was behaving like that. The 3rd part of the mission was also successful. The young man was able to make the girl laugh. Ju Hyuk thought that it was very good that she was already drunk and could laugh. Due to the enormous risk of this mission, the difficulty was set to very low, and the task was quite simple for everyone to complete, so the young man completed them very quickly and successfully. The waiter came up to the table and asked for forgiveness for interrupting their conversation. He had some dish in his hands, most likely it was one of the ones they ordered today. The waiter said that this was the last dish, and their order was completely fulfilled. The girl was very happy. She was wondering what could be there. The waiter thanked the young people for visiting their restaurant, and said that at this point he was delivering a small gift from this restaurant. When the waiter opened the lid on the delivery, there in the box were exactly the same watches and bracelets as all the participants in this game were wearing. It was a device for the game. The man did not understand why this waiter brought out this device. After all, he had glasses and he passed all the missions perfectly with them. The 4th task in this sequential mission was to install a device on colleague Yu. She had to be forced to join the game. The time to complete this mission was exactly 1 hour. When the girl saw it, she really liked it. She thought it was most likely a smart watch, and this restaurant was giving her such a gift. She even asked the waiter if it was true that the restaurant was giving them as a gift for ordering dinner at this restaurant. Ju Hyuk said stop. And coming closer to the waiter, he asked him who he was. His appearance seemed very familiar to him. Most likely, he had already seen him. The waiter very slowly and in a monotonous voice began to explain something to him. At first it was incomprehensible, and then the young man fell asleep to understand some fragments of what he was saying. The waiter said fix it, and he also said that he should obey the order. Many more such fragments as be near, watch, die. Ju Hyuk thought that this was some kind of obsession, and now what was happening was not quite reality. He didn't want it to happen and definitely didn't want this girl to become one of the players in this game. He thought that this was some kind of illusion so that he would not fall into a trap. Soo-yeon interrupted his thoughts and asked what happened and if everything was okay with him. The young man stood spellbound and looked at her. He didn't know how to explain to her how to get into this game. The girl asked again if everything was okay with him. From the very beginning, this game was a dilemma on the scales. On the one hand there was always the life of a young man, and on the other hand, anything could have happened. But in this situation it was Soo-yeon, and strangely enough, he valued his life much higher than hers. When I weigh people's lives, who can't be taken very seriously, the young man answered the girl that nothing serious had happened to him. He was just thinking a little, after which he said that he was taking the girl home. After all, he had a little less than an hour left to complete the 4th mission and had to do it somehow. They left the restaurant and walked towards where Soo-yeon lived. It was one of the most ordinary houses in the city. When they crossed the threshold of her apartment, she immediately went to bed because today in the restaurant she took a sufficient amount of alcohol. The young man sat and looked at her sleeping and thought how defenseless she was. And he also thought that all he needed to do was put the device on her hand while she was sleeping and the whole task would be completed. Nothing more than he just had to do. He thought that what he can believe in this world is only in money. Everything else remains in the background for him. Yes, his personal life was much more important to him than everyone around him and this girl too, so he persuaded himself to do it. Well, for some reason, I had already been standing for several minutes and couldn't decide to put this watch bracelet on her hand. As soon as he puts it on her hand, she will become a participant in this game just like him. He stood and persuaded himself that everything was fine and no one would know how this watch got on her hand. But on the other hand, she could go to the scoreboard and see when there will be a player that P099 named Kim Ju-hyuk is a person who does everything to survive and does not worry. He realized that this voice that he heard today in the restaurant from the waiter, he recognized it because just recently he had heard it too. It was the voice of that man in the mask. Of course the young man was special, but ultimately he was only one of the participants in this game. This whole world lives by the same rules of capitalism. The reason why people are the easiest to control is that man is the most selfish animal, And oddly enough, he worries about his life the most, and he is also ready to worry about the amount of money he has. The board again showed that his task was for the girl to join the game. If he is not going to complete this task, then he loses and dies. He had to make a choice. The young man thought that this someone seemed to know everything and thought that he could control him very easily. But in fact, he absolutely does not know who the young man is and his abilities. He offered to tell him something. The young man said that he had already let him down once and then again, and that's why he was not going to play the game that he was forcing on him. He said when he is let down, he turns everything upside down and changes everything the other way around, so this time he does it as he wants. The game could not understand what he was saying, so she asked again because she was sure that he was not capable of such a thing. It seemed to her that the young man could do any task for money. Ju Hyuk was determined, and so he answered the game that she could only see the young man took a knife from the table. He needed his husband to remove the bomb from his neck as it was written in the assignment. He had already overcome that fear and was ready to do it. A few seconds later, what was called a bomb was already impaled on the knife that the young man was holding in his hands. He then realized that he was being manipulated. He threw what they called a bomb onto the floor. He told the game that she couldn't control it with money, she wouldn't be able to do it anymore. And he also added that it was he who used this game to achieve his goals and to get money. The voice of the game said that is it really true, but in that case she is ready to see how far he will go. The fifth of 5 tasks, the last mission, was displayed on the board. This was the final. After a few seconds, the task that he had to complete should have been displayed. Several drones flew over that house where it was located. They specifically tracked and transmitted I love where they organized this game. One of the drones set fire to a neighboring villa. The fire began to spread very quickly, and the building was burning heavily. Most likely what was happening now had to be somehow connected with the last task. A young man stood and watched the neighboring building burn. A voice from the game said that there are 5 people living in the building, he needs to save them from the fire. Or there was another task given to all players in which it was necessary to kill a colleague. The time allocated for this was 30 minutes. The place was Villa Haru 204 apartment. The reward for this mission was 300 million. The young man had to choose. Dozens of players received this task and now they will be heading here to kill the girl, so his task will be to save Soo-yeon. He had to make his choice again. The young man had to choose save people from a fire or save the girl he spent the day with, who became a target for all participants in this game. The man in this mask wanted to know what Ju Hyuk would do, because just now he was talking about the fact that the game was constantly in charge of him, and he would not act like that again. The seagull in the mask was very interesting to see how it would be. The young man really had a difficult choice. On the one hand, he saw a house on fire in which there could be 5 people sleeping, and on the other hand, if he leaves here, then a hunt has been announced for Soo-yeon. It was the most ordinary dilemma that could face a young man. But when you personally encounter it, you begin to feel it in a completely different way. The young man should have thought carefully and made his choice. Ju Hyuk decided for himself that first he needs to call 119 and report the fire and possible casualties in this house. When he took out his phone, he saw that the game had banned the use of the phone and, of course, now he could not call anywhere. The voice he heard said that he had taken control of all the surrounding signals, and there would be no help from either the firefighters or the police. Ju Hyuk had to deal with everything himself. The young man thought for a few minutes, and then decided that the only way left for him was to choose one of 2 and then he would be able to help at least someone. He couldn't immediately decide to go save people from the fire or stay here and protect Soo-yeon from the attackers. With any choice, someone still had to die, and this thought haunted him. He stood near the window and saw how the fire was spreading faster and faster through the house, which meant that the people who were in it were about to suffocate from carbon monoxide, and then it would definitely not save anyone. The next moment the young man came up with a plan on how he could save first the girl and then everyone else from this house. He shouted to the whole room that there was a fire in the apartment. He didn't stop screaming fire. It was part of his plan. These words should have woken up Soo-yeon, who was carefree sleeping on her bed. Screams were heard from all the windows of this block that there was a fire somewhere nearby and an urgent need to go out into the street. A large number of people came out. Soo-yeon also woke up from this scream. She didn't understand where exactly, but she heard that there was a fire somewhere nearby. All the neighbors were screaming very loudly and running out into the street. Ju Hyuk did not hesitate and threw a blanket over the girl. This was necessary so that he would wrap her up when he took her out of the apartment. Soo-yeon could understand why he was doing this. It seemed to her that it was very strange because she could go down to the street on her own without the help of a young man. Ju Hyuk did not stand on ceremony, wrapped her in a blanket, and began to carry her out. The girl screamed. I don't understand what he was doing. It seemed to her that she was very heavy to be carried in her arms. But the young man did not listen and took her, wrapped in a blanket, out into the street. This was part of his plan. There were a lot of people standing there, and she was safe. Ju Hyuk put the girl on her feet and said that it was all over. He felt safe. But he still needed to complete the final mission. They stood and looked at each other. It turned out that they had already known each other for quite a long time. Well, what she learned about him in the last 24 hours. His actions seemed extraordinary to her. A sufficient number of people gathered on the street. Each ran out of his apartment in what he was wearing. The young man asked the real people on the street if any of them had a phone. Allegedly, he forgot his in the apartment. Ju Hyuk looked at Soo-yeon and told her to cover herself with a blanket and stand here among the people and wait for him. The young man promised the girl that he would return soon, and we asked him where he was going. She became interested. Is he really going to return to the place where the fire happened? He just stood and looked at her. He didn't want to make excuses or say anything. He wanted her to stay alive. Well, those people who were in the building where there was a fire also so that they wouldn't die. So he told her that in childhood there was a fire together where he lived. Then he was very small, weak and very scared. He didn't know what to do and just sat and looked at him. The fire spread throughout the room and he just looked. He couldn't do anything then. Behind the iron doors at the end of the corridor were his friends from this institution. He was too small to save them. That day he made a decision to never leave an innocent person in trouble. This was his rule and now he could not allow innocent people to die in this fire. Ju Hyuk rushed back to the building where there was a fire. He didn't have much time left to save people. On the one hand the fire spread more and on the other hand the game gave him a little time to save. She was thinking why the young man went back to the building where there was a fire. Has he really gone crazy? Why did he have to go back there? The people who stood near the house were talking among themselves. They said that it was very good that it was not their house that was burning. They did not understand why it took so long for the firemen to arrive to extinguish the fire. Many of these people who were standing on the street were awakened by this fire. They stood just watching and didn't do anything. It was complete indifference to other people's pain, to other people's grief. They were only worried about the fact that they didn't sleep today. It was someone else's business that didn't concern them. I asked one of them if he would go there for 100 million. The other answered that only a crazy person could enter this building. And so they just started filming someone else's pain on camera. Of course, some of these people were worried. Well, they still weren't going to do anything. That they weren't confident in their abilities and they believed that they didn't have the ability to do anything. The only option left for these and others was to stand at the bottom of the building and watch the despair of other people as they tried to get out of the fire trap. Perhaps that is why there is such a person who is different from everyone else. He will not stand and just look at the grief of other people. He is ready to come to the aid of each of them. Today in this fire, such a person was Ju Hyuk, who rushed into a burning building in order to save the lives of people who could not take care of themselves. Everyone calls him a hero. Of course he carried on his shoulders those for whom he had to save. They were not at all to blame for the fact that it was in their building that the fire started. Soo-yeon stood on the street covered with a blanket, and waited for a young man to come out of the building. She really wanted nothing to happen to him. People like this young man do in their lives what seems impossible to everyone else, which is why they call him a hero. And the rest were even ready to sleep on earth, as if it didn't concern them. The most important thing for them was themselves and their well-being. When the young man carried the victims out on the street, he asked for help because they had inhaled smoke and he decided to return back to the building that was burning. Soo-yeon didn't understand why he had to go back to this building. After all, there were other people who could help him, but no one wanted. Ju Hyuk said that there is one more person left in the building whom he must save. If he does not return, then this person may die. At the same time, a scoreboard was displayed to him and a voice said that participant R040 was already approaching the target, and the target was Soo-yeon, and that this player would be within a radius of 5 m in exactly a minute from the girl. He said that if he leaves now, then you might be in danger again. This game put Ju Hyuk before a choice. As always, she tried to manipulate him. He was again faced with the dilemma of what to do. Who is more important to him now? If there is a way out of this situation without harming anyone. He thought about how to change the course of the game. Every time he remembered when he was little and stood then looking at the fire and could not do anything, he felt a sense of guilt before those whom he did not save. He clenched his teeth tightly and decided that he needed to complete the wallpaper from the task. After all, he has one more minute. Therefore, with all the speed that he could, he ran into the building where there was a fire and there was another person. In that minute he had to not only go there but also return. He decided that he had to help everyone and this would be his mission. He could not make a choice in favor of someone because none of them was to blame. A voice asked him, "Does he really think that he can save everyone?" The voice didn't understand why he's doing all this. When he went inside the burning building, he saw a slightly open door in front of him, which means someone was coming out of this building. He knew for sure that there were only 5 people here, so most likely it was the 5th. This open door indicated that it was a trace of an attempt to get out of this building. Now the young man needed to understand where to move. He had very little time for this. The voice seemed to mock him and ask what he would do. After all, the situation is of course very interesting. By and large, the young man broke the rules and made a choice that he did not have. Therefore, the voice told him that he would have to pay him for this deal if he saved this man and took him out into the street. Then in this case the game will write off his account exactly 1 billion again. This game forced him to make a choice every time it left a person's life at stake. We were sure that Ju Hyuk would save him anyway, so he thought for a few seconds. He offered another deal in which again a human life was exchanged for money. The voice said if he leaves this young man to die in a fire and doesn't want to save him, then the game will give him 1 billion about. The voice demanded that the young man decide to do this. It's not entirely simple. On the one hand, human life and on the other hand, money. It is for the sake of this money that he plays this game. Soo Yun stood on the street and didn't understand why the young man didn't leave this building for so long. He had already been there long enough and something could have happened to him. She was very worried about him. Someone approached the girl from behind and asked for forgiveness. I turned to her. It was a young man who was interested in only one question. By chance, she doesn't live in apartment 204 of the villa. Haru Soo Yun was not a timid person and therefore did not immediately answer the young man's questions. She did not understand why he was asking her this. This blonde young man affirmatively asked the girl that she lives in this apartment. Soo Yun became very interested because she didn't know him and therefore asked him how he knew her. The blonde man smiled, glad that he had found his goal, and told the girl that he had been looking forward to this meeting with her for a long time. Then this blonde guy, without thinking twice, grabbed the girl by the hand and dragged her towards Soo Yun. What was happening? So she screamed for him to stand and asked him what he was doing. The next moment, this blonde guy took out a huge knife and told the girl to shut up. And she followed him. His face was no longer so friendly, and he was no longer smiling. She was a little scared at the sight of the knife, but she realized that there was some kind of criminal in front of her, and she was in danger. None of the people standing nearby came to her aid. This blonde guy pulled the girl into the parking lot where there were no people, threatening her with a knife all the time. He said that she had better be a good girl and do whatever he says. Something distracted the blonde man's attention. He thought that he would complete this task very quickly and would receive a reward for destroying you in the mission. Someone's voice ordered the blondes to throw a knife. He didn't expect such impudence, and decided to see who this daredevil was who was ordering him. In front of him stood Ju Hyuk, on whose shoulders lay the body of the young man whom he carried from this burning building. Ju Hyuk was taciturn and said if this blonde guy touches Soo Yun now, he will kill him immediately, and won't regret it one bit. The blonde man continued to hold the girl's hand tightly, and wave a knife in front of her nose so that she wouldn't twitch. The blonde man asked the young man if he was also a participant, and wanted to steal his 3 billion. This blonde man was completely confident that he was right because he thought that he was the first to come and therefore the girl should be his. He pulled her hand and at that moment wanted to strike her with a living blow. Soo Yun turned away from this blow. She realized that he was no longer joking and was ready to kill her as he said for 3 billion won. Swung again in order to strike Soo Yun with a knife. The girl was already standing and did not move. She looked carefully at the tip of the knife as it approached her. Ju Hyuk decided to intervene and threw his shoes so as to prevent this blonde guy from striking, which could distract him from the girl for a few minutes. Ju Hyuk was accurate, and the boot hit right on the hand in which the blonde man had a knife. Naturally, he was unable to strike. The blonde told the young man that this action was all useless. He would still go to the end and complete the task that he must complete in this mission, because he found his goal first and wants to get his money for it. Soo Yun couldn't return Pashu because she didn't understand what was happening now. What is her fault that this man wants to kill her? She was kneeling in front of the blonde man in the parking lot where he pulled her by the hand. She had nothing to do but wait for what would happen next. In any case, the blonde man was going to finish this mission in the next few minutes. He did it all. So it resembled some kind of execution. The young man was rushing to help Soo-yeon. He couldn't allow her to be killed just like that for a lot of money. Blonde looked towards Joo-hyuk and said that it was too late to save her. Her fate had already been decided, and he would still achieve his goal. This fair-haired girl turned around again, grabbed her by the head so that she couldn't run away anywhere, and swung his hand to stab her with a knife. Drops of blood slowly dripped onto the asphalt. It was clear that someone in this battle was wounded and needed help. But what happened was not entirely true. Joo-hyuk covered the girl with his body and the blow hit the young man. He only managed to grab the blonde man's hand in order to intercept the knife and reduce the force of the blow. The young man was holding the blade with which they had just tried to kill the girl. His hand was covered in blood. It was Joo-hyuk's blood that was on the asphalt. Joo-hyuk stood and looked at the blonde with crazy eyes. He said that he warned him that if he touched the girl, he would kill him. The blonde could not understand why he was not going to give up. Seeing the persistence of Joo-hyuk, the blonde suggested that he complete this mission 50-50. After they kill the girl, the reward will be divided equally. Joo-hyuk barely had the patience to listen to this blonde man's nonsense. He raised his head and took a deep breath. His opponent didn't understand what was happening. The next moment the young man hit his head against the head of this blonde man. He now did not have any weapons in his hands and he could fight without having anything. After the blow, this blonde fell to his knees on the asphalt. The knife that he had waved a few minutes ago was lying on the ground. He was no longer so self-confident. The young man felt dizzy. He was somehow not at all sure. He stood on his feet in such a state. It was possible to continue this fight. Joo-hyuk thought that he had inhaled smoke. It was because of this that he felt so bad. He pulled himself together with all his strength to stand. He tried, but he didn't quite succeed. His head was spinning and his legs felt weak. He lost consciousness. This was not only due to the fact that he inhaled smoke, but because of the blow with a knife that he intercepted. The next moment he collapsed to the ground like a stone. The girl sat next to him on the ground and didn't know what to do. Joo-hyuk was lying motionless on the earth. Soo-yeon thought that it was because of her that he was here now lying on the ground. She wanted to give him first aid. How to do it because she didn't understand if he was alive. Soo-yeon got closer to the young man and started touching him. She wanted him to wake up. At this time someone else approached them. It was another of the players. He finally found the goal and was ready to complete the mission in order to get the prize fund in this game. There was a young man with a scar over his eye. He was talking on the phone. He was given the task of taking this young man with him. His name was Jin Jun-chul and he was already at level 31. Oddly enough, he also faced the choice of taking it with him or getting rid of it. This game also put other players before a choice and manipulated them. The girl sat and looked at the man who was approaching them. Tears flowed from her eyes. She did not know what to expect from him. So many events had happened to her lately, and she was not sure that this person was good. Joo-hyuk also lay on the ground and never moved when the girl tried to push him so that he would open his eyes. He still lay motionless. It was completely dark when the young man opened his eyes. There was no one nearby. There was no light. He heard that someone is calling for help. Maybe they need to respond, or is this also a dream like last time? But he still called for help. He heard the voice of a child. The boy was crying. Somewhere nearby the young man tried to stand up to look around and listen to what was happening. A little boy stood and cried loudly. He wanted the man who was near him to leave, but he tried to calm him down and was not going to leave. The boy continued to cry loudly and kept shouting for help to help him. We were putting a plaster on his face. And this was the reason for his crying. The man who was next to him wanted to do something with this boy and told him to shut up and be a good boy. This man clearly wanted to grab the boy. He needed him for some reason. It was the same Jin Jun-chul from level 31 who appeared yesterday after the young man collapsed to the ground. Joo-hyuk tried to get to his feet. He succeeded very easily. He had a knife wound in the abdominal cavity, and it was because of this that he then lost consciousness. Well, now he became in order to protect this boy. He pushed Jun-chul away from this child with all his strength. He didn't want the baby to be hurt. He didn't know what was happening, but he was still on the boy's side. Vic with the scar grabbed his hand and didn't ask what it was. Sudden impact. Why Joo-hyuk intervenes in a situation he doesn't know. Joo-hyuk continued to insist that the man with the scar move away from the child. He was ready even in this state to enter into a fight with him. He said something very loudly that enough was enough. It was some man who was standing in the dark part of the room. My voice seemed familiar to the young man. The man came out into the light so that he could be seen and said that they should not dare to act lawlessly in his area. He had a pistol in his hands. Ju Hyuk, when he turned his head and saw this gray-haired man, he realized that he was already familiar with him. This was the same man with whom he played visiting the same ranker. The gray-haired man continued to say that their actions are very ill-considered and they are thus digging their own grave if they continue to quarrel among themselves. Ju Hyuk protected only the child who stood in the corner and was afraid of fear. He also had a device on his wrist like the rest of the participants in the game. The young man thought that these people who invented the game are idiots because they even take advantage of children. The gray-haired man continued to sit in the chair. He had a gun in his hands. A young man with a scar stood next to him. The gray-haired man said everything that happens to the child should not concern the young man. Ju Hyuk asked him to let the child go, and then he agrees to talk, and it was not clear to Sadav why this young man, who appeared from nowhere, was ready to save an unfamiliar child. He did not understand why he was doing this. Ju Hyuk answered the gray-haired man that he was helping this child only because he was asking for help, and another thing confused the young man. It was that both of them looked like real criminals and behaved in the same way. They found themselves a defenseless child whom they tried to offend. Then the gray-haired man said, if you think of us this way, we will behave this way. Then now we will commit crimes before your eyes. He believed that this is how he can prove to the young man who he really is. Ju Hyuk thought that this gray-haired man was not joking at all and threatened with a pistol quite convincingly, and could fire a shot from this pistol at any moment. The young man thought that this was very dangerous, and closed his business to this little boy who continued to cower from fear and cry. In fact, the gray-haired man kept his word and fired a pistol to the side where the boy stood, and in front of him stood Ju Hyuk, covering this boy with his body. At some point the young man closed his eyes because the distance between the pistol and him was very small and the likelihood that he would miss was also minimal. A shot was fired but nothing happened. There were no wounded or killed anywhere. It seemed like the shot was fired from a toy pistol. The boy who had just been standing was cowardly from fear and crying was already standing in front of the young man and laughing loudly about the fact that he had been caught, and this little boy had managed to prank him. The boy laughed loudly because Ju Hyuk really fell for his game that he had just invented. He loved to have fun so much, so he came up with different games. Ju Hyuk was very angry with this boy because he was taken very seriously. He really thought that the child was in danger and needed help, so he began to protect him. Ju Hyuk was very offended and told the boy that he was a pot-bellied little thing and that he was an ordinary hooligan who did not understand what he was doing. He raised the boy up above you and said if he is such a bully, yes, he is ready to teach him adult life. The boy told him to stop and wait a little. The young man was over his head, and at this time the boy was shouting to his uncle to explain to the young man what had happened. Ju Hyuk was about to stop and tried to explain that for such actions as the boy had just done, he should be punished. The gray-haired man agreed and said that he would now explain everything that happened here. Only the young man needed to put the boy on the floor. The gray-haired man and the young man with the scar began to talk among themselves. One of them said that it seems Ju Hyuk is not so bad. The gray-haired man replied that he thinks so too. Ju Hyuk wanted to know who they were, and why they just pranked him along with this gray-haired boy asked for forgiveness for this deception. And he explained that this was a kind of test and that they were simply taking care of this child whom he saw. Well, all these excuses didn't really reassure the young man because exactly a minute ago he thought he was going to die. The gray-haired man continued to talk about how they were the rough liberation of the participants in this game, and they wanted to see how good he was as they say about him. The smell of coffee wafted throughout the room. This is exactly what the young man wanted to drink now after all the events that had just happened to him. The gray-haired man said that it would take a long time to explain, so he would be very brief. He was ready to tell him everything over a cup of coffee that he had just brewed. Gray-haired said that for starters, the colleague who was next to him yesterday was all right and she is in the hospital. Well, there is one thing, but this is that due to severe shock, she does not remember everything that happened. The gray-haired man showed on his phone where the girl was lying in a hospital bed. The girl could also see a young man on the screen. She looked at him and didn't recognize him. She said that she only knew his face. Then gray-haired explained that this man with the scar saved him yesterday when he fell to the ground. And while the boy was still alive and wounded and his colleague Soo-yun stood talking to the one with the scar, he said that this is the first time he has seen someone as scary as everyone else. The man with the scar told the boy that he was a very good actor and played his role quite convincingly. This man's name was Jin Jun Chul and he was from the Liberation Group. Gray-haired Musina turned to the young man and asked him that he hoped that the misunderstanding had already been resolved. Ju Hyuk thought to himself that everything he had just heard was more like the truth than a lie. Ju Hyuk first thanked for the fact that these people saved him, but he had doubts. Most likely it was done for a reason and they needed something from him. The gray-haired man spoke very vaguely about the purpose of his rescue and would continue to say that he found out that the young man became a ranker and already has more than 2 billion won in his account. But he doubted that the young man could hold out for a very long time. Ju Hyuk's total balance was 1.7 billion won, and he had the 91st place in the rank of this game. The gray-haired man began to explain that if he starts earning even more and earns more money, he will increase his level. Well, then other forces may target him, and he will become an enemy for many rankers. And then what will happen is that with others like him, he will not be able to cope with this situation alone, as it was yesterday. He had to constantly make some kind of choice. The young man thought that most likely these words that the gray-haired man just said were true and Su Yun was really in danger because of him. So at any moment something similar to yesterday's situation could happen. The gray-haired man paused and said that he had one condition that the young man must fulfill, and this should not be specified. The gray-haired man said that he must definitely join their group. This was exactly the condition that Ju Hyuk had to fulfill, and only after that, to transfer 800 million won to their account. He explained that later this money would be returned to him. The young man did not understand. What does his money have to do with it, and why should he transfer it to someone? The man very convincingly began to explain that this was only necessary to make sure that the young man pursues the same goal as their organization. Ju Hyuk was faced with a dilemma whether to transfer this money to him or not. As always, he was faced with a choice. But today it was an inhuman life and he had to choose. I'm preparing to trust people and transfer money. The first thought that came to his mind was that this was a deception again, and these people who are now in front of him are scammers. The gray-haired man completely denied everything. He explained that if the young man first completed a command mission with one of the members of their group, then he would return the first half of the money to him, and he would receive the rest a little later. The gray-haired man told the young man that he was still not going to leave the game, and this was not a losing proposition at all. He would get all his money back. And he convincingly insisted that the young man had joined the group and then said that a little later he would send him the address and time for a new mission. There was no longer any coffee in the cup. Well, the conversation was also already over. In principle, they invested in reaching an agreement over 1 cup of coffee. The young man returned to his expensive hotel where he rented a luxury room. Before going up to his room, he decided to go to the restaurant and have a good dinner. This was one of the most expensive restaurants in this city. So today the young man decided that he had the right to afford to eat in this expensive restaurant. When he was sitting in this restaurant, I still didn't fully believe that he had 1.7 billion won in his account, and that he was a fairly wealthy person who could afford a lot. Another reward awaited him ahead. It was a reward for yesterday, so he was looking forward to what his reward would be. He wanted to see if yesterday's mission was completed, and what his reward was for it. He needed his glasses to show all the results. And the board showed that the sequential mission 5 out of 5 was completed, and for this he was rewarded with a coupon for a random item. The young man had never had such a reward before and he didn't know what a coupon for a random item was. It was express delivery by drone immediately after use. The young man very carefully read everything related to yesterday's completed mission at this level. It was the first time he had such an award and he did not understand what kind of item it could be. Ju Hyuk received a new message. It said that the man in the mask liked it, so he played yesterday and for minor violations. He closed his eyes, so the young man received a reward until he has a personal mission. So he can have fun. The young man thought that thank God there were no casualties and no one died in the fire. Yesterday's experience made one thing clear to him. This money could disappear at any moment. However, due to system control, it was impossible to cash out a huge amount like he had in his account. Therefore, he decided that before the money was lost he needed to enjoy its taste. So today he went to the most expensive restaurant in the city and made a very expensive order. The waiter brought him his order. Ju Hyuk had never eaten anything like this before in his life. He had only seen this food in pictures or on TV. So he wanted to try it while he had the money. He paid 400,000 won for this lunch. Yes. The man was shocked by the money. The young man seemed to him that everyone who plays this game should be greedy for money. At this time, Ju Hyuk tried those dishes that he had never eaten, and now he ordered it was a special omakase. When he put it in his mouth it melted, and he didn't even have to chew what he could only drool over. Watching through the screen, the most delicious dishes stood in front of him. It tasted like everything he ordered was complete bliss. He had never eaten anything like this before. He was completely satisfied that he ended up in this restaurant today because he got such pleasure from the food. The young man remembered that this video was on TV. The young man won the lottery and was a participant in one of the programs, and the presenter asked him what had changed in his life after he won this lottery. The young man replied that he could afford to eat whatever he wanted and don't look at the receipt for delivery, and his dream of owning his own home has finally come true. It was this person that Ju Hyuk considered with China's bra. He wanted the same thing to happen in his life. He dreamed that the money would fall to him right away and his dream would come true. And that young man on TV who won the lottery said that he could do whatever his heart wanted and not worry about money at all. He became much freer. This is exactly the kind of rich life that Ju Hyuk dreamed of all the time. Well, it seemed that this is happiness. There is a lot of money, and you don't worry about what you will eat and where you will live. The young man thought that if he really had such a large amount of money, he would properly enjoy this life to the fullest. 4 days have passed for everyone around the young man. It was an ordinary day. Today everyone was doing the same thing as yesterday. Everything went according to plan. In the middle of these beautiful mountains, in a forested area, there was a gaming arena. There, very often, some events related to battles took place. Today, quite a large number of people also gathered there. These people were participants in the game. Everyone who was there, they were in pairs, 2 huge young men. They were very aggressive and looked at everyone from under their foreheads. Among all the participants who were there, Ju Hyuk appeared. He looked like the most well-fed person among them all. His partner was also here somewhere. All these people stood waiting only for him. He was late, but at the same time he behaved very confidently and dismissively. He was very confident in himself. The first couple of young people did not understand why he was so frisky. They were outraged that he was late and did not apologize to all the other participants. The young man didn't even want to load up on the upcoming game. He only thought about one thing. After this game he would need to look for an apartment near the Han River. Someone interrupted his thoughts and said that he was late. Most likely it was his playing partner who turned his head and saw what it was. The same boy who played a prank on him. The boy said that he really hopes for Ju Hyuk and his uncle too. The young man thought that this boy was one of those people who were part of the liberation group and today he would be his play partner. The young man asked how old he was, of course. This is not a completely correct question, but the boy answered that he was 15 years old. Ju Hyuk thought that the liberation group wanted him to take this schoolboy with him, and he passed the team game. It was not entirely realistic, because in front of him stood ready-made pairs who had clearly been a team for a long time. Everyone was assembled and each of the teams was interested in only one question. When the game started, someone said that first we need to deal with that bunch. The game begins after all participants have been collected. Teams are formed automatically from brilliant participants. If such a message is received, then the game has already started. For the young man, this meant only one thing. This 15-year-old boy was standing next to him, and that means he would be on the same team with him. Ju Hyuk thought that the gray-haired man who told him so much about their group famously deceived him and sent him this boy as a partner. For some reason he thought that that huge young man with a scar on his face who saved him and Soo-yeon in the last mission would come. The boy stood looking at the young man and asked him, "Is he really strong because his uncle Jun Chul will be more powerful than him?" Ju Hyuk was very upset that a schoolboy was sent to him. The boy lamented that the young man looked very weak and he didn't know how to be on the team with him now. Ju Hyuk didn't understand what he was getting at, and besides he was a freak, so the boy thought. Ju Hyuk said that he doesn't really like this boy either, so he has some special feelings for him and can hope that he can help him in this game. The boy said that he must win this game, so his partner must be a very strong person. He has no opportunity. These words really hurt the young man, so he decided to help this boy. He was no longer as aggressive as he was a few minutes ago. A young man went into the hall and patted the boy on the head and told him to trust him, to investigate him, and also to listen to everything he said and do it exactly. Ju Hyuk decided that he could already protect one baby and in this game he could win. Although he did not yet know the rules of this game, it turned out that in this game 4 groups of people would fight. In each group there were 2 people. The partners in each group were similar to each other. The only group where Ju Hyuk was his partner was a 15-year-old boy. The voice of the mouthpiece said that the first game was starting. This game would be called Defense of the King, and then began to explain the rules of the game. Since there were 4 teams, this means there will be 4 kings in this game, and the rest of the other participants had to protect a randomly chosen king. It was necessary to highlight the rules. It stated that after 2 teams are eliminated, the game ends, and the second rule was that the use of weapons is limited. If the players declare the king surrender or become incapacitated, then they lose. The boy became the king in the group where Ju Hyuk was because his bracelet showed that he was the king in this game. Each group, one of the players received exactly the same sign as this boy, so the game chose who in the group will be the king of the game. Ju Hyuk realized that it was he who would have to protect the boy, and he said that if such a choice was made, then he would do everything possible that depended on him. Well, there was no rush in this game. You had to come up with a proper plan of action, because who would win this game depended on it. The voice said that the game would start in 3 seconds, and the timer on the scoreboard turned on for 3 seconds. Then Ju Hyuk and the boy stood in the center of the site from all sides. Players from other groups approached them. The boy said that they were surrounded on all sides and that they needed to come up with something because there was only 1 second left before the start of the game. It was too late to come up with this because the game had started and the players had to start fighting in this game for the promised reward. First, 2 thugs from the first team began to attack. They did not think that there was anyone equal to them in this game, and considered themselves the strongest. Now the boy was really scared and covered his face with 2 fists, and closed his eyes so as not to see how they would beat him. Well, nothing like that happened and no one touched him. The boy decided that he could already open one eye to see what was happening. When he opened his eyes and he saw that he was sitting on Ju Hyuk's shoulders, none of the players could reach him. The players of the first team said that Ju Hyuk is very smart and cunning and found a way out. How to protect your second player and not drop out of the game. One of the first team players said that the young man very openly defends this boy. This is not entirely correct, and there is no such thing in the rules of the game. Therefore, all the other players thought and decided that it was this boy on the Ju Hyuk team who was the king of the house. In this case, the person would have to fight alone. One of the players in the first group said that if you become prey so quickly, you can immediately prepare for death. They were ready to destroy them. The boy sat on the young man's shoulders and held on to his hair with all his might. He was afraid not to fall, so he asked Ju Hyuk, who was now his partner, what they should do and whispered that he was very scared. The young man asked him to let go of his hair and not pull. The way they looked now from the outside resembled the deity Asura. He also had several heads and several pairs of arms, just like now Ju Hyuk and the boy. The boy didn't stop and continued to shout, "What should they do? What should they do?" The young man couldn't stand it and told him to sit on his butt straight and not twitch. He shouldn't just interfere. A player from the first group spat out his gum and said that it was time to finish with these crazy people who created a circus here. He meant Ju Hyuk and the boy. But no one reacted to his words. All the other groups stood and watched what was happening. For some reason they did not want to be the first to engage in battle. That guy from the first group told everyone else why they were standing rooted to the spot and not starting to attack. Everyone else continued to stand and watch. The thugs from the first group did not stare at anything and were looking at them. Most likely the other players wanted to stab them in the back after they began their attack. Therefore, one of the first group decided that the group with green bangs wanted to strike them when they fought with someone else. They decided that this would not work and he challenged one of the green group to a duel. It was very good because everyone was distracted from Ju Hyuk with the boy on his shoulders while these two would fight each other. The young man decided that he would deal with everyone else. And so it happened. These idiots fought. One could only sympathize with them. Therefore, the next moment the young man decided to act in relation to other players. While the game went on, one of the players of the second group decided that he should act cunningly and attack the team of a young man and a boy from behind. Since they decided that the king of the group was a boy, they needed to destroy him, and then the group left the game. His plan was to attack the king from behind, and then it seemed to him that everything would be over. Well, at least with this group I won't be one step closer to victory. The young man told the boy to put support on his feet and try to lift his butt and stand on his feet. The boy didn't understand what he needed to do and why the young man needed it, but he decided not to argue too much and tried to do everything he said. When the other players shouted, "Grab!" and began to attack the young man and the boys from 3 sides, Ju Hyuk held in his arms the one who was standing on the boy's feet. He needed this in order to spring his legs and do what he would do next moment. He threw the boy into the air with all his strength. They also call it cheerleading. This was necessary in order to introduce his 2 hands and deliver appropriate blows to those players who were approaching them. The young man also jumped up and did a cross split, struck 2 players so they flew in different directions in the air. The boy performed the same figure. It was completely synchronized. In this blow, he hit one of the first group of players in the face with 1 foot. The blow was so strong that he flew somewhere to the side and could not immediately get up. With his other foot, he also hit the player from the second group. The blow was also strong and the opponent could not resist. It was not dangerous for some time. The next moment the young man caught the boy's leg. He again stood on 1 hand and their opponents were lying on the ground. This was the end of the first round. The boy was a little worried from everything that was happening. He couldn't understand what was happening to him. It all happened very quickly and he didn't have time to get scared. Ju Hyuk put the boy on the ground and told him to be very quiet in this place. Now he will deal with the others and return to him. The boy could not understand what kind of person he was in general. He did not give the impression of some kind of thug. The young man thought and said that no, it would be better if he stood behind him. He would be calmer. In addition to the fact that the other groups were attacking them, the young man and the boy were also trying to figure it out among themselves. They looked at it from the outside. They needed to understand which of the opponents was the strongest. One of the first group was fighting on the side and the one from the group. The green-haired thug from the first group asked for mercy from his opponent. Although a few minutes ago he had not seen his equal here. This thug was screaming for his opponent to stop because he was gouging out his eyes and at any moment, he could remain blind. This one with the green bangs was absolutely calm and continued to act as he wanted. Why should he stop if there is a game going on and he should be paid money for it? He had a lot of fun afterwards, so he wanted this game to continue. He didn't want to stop and therefore gouged out the eyes of his opponent from the first group. This green-haired woman stood watching as his opponent squatted and screamed about his eyes. Blood, are you from under his hands and falls to the ground. The second green bangs asked his friend. He pulled out this time he answered that his eyes he said that he, too, was not sitting idle. And he pointed to what he had just spat out on the ground. There was some piece of bloody meat lying there. It was the nose of one of the second group. One of these with green bangs said that today he decided and bit off his opponent's nose and showed his face. This player without a nose swore very strongly and shouted that he would now kill this sadist with green hair. The player with green hair did not listen for a long time to everything that this opponent was telling him and hit him in the face with his knee so that the knee hit exactly the wound that he had just made. This player with a bitten nose no longer posed any danger. He was lying on the ground in a pool of blood and did not utter a single sound to me anymore. There were only 2 groups left in the game who had to fight each other, a man with a boy and a group with green bangs. These 2 with green bangs were very calm. One got the impression that they had not yet entered into battle with anyone today. These 2 had excessive cruelty. I was not ready to do anything for the sake of victory. It seemed that nothing human touched them. These were very dangerous guys. The voice from the mouthpiece said that the first game was over because according to the rules of the game, if you were in 2 groups, the game ended automatically. And the mouthpiece said that the second game would start in 10 minutes. And it will be held in the gym. So they had to go there in order for the second stage of this game to begin. The players of the 2 teams stood opposite each other on the basketball court. There was a huge monitor next to them. Most likely the new rules of the game were about to be displayed there. There was not a single person in the gym. The young man asked the boy he really needed this game and he really had to win it. The boy replied that he had already said that he simply had to go through this whole game. The young man did not understand why such a coward like this boy needed all this. Because he himself would not be able to defeat any of the players in any way. The door of this huge gym opened and a voice somewhere from behind the doors said that the first game was over. The person who said it was not visible. A few minutes later the door opened completely, and in the doorway stood the silhouette of a man who loudly said that he had been entrusted with holding this game. It was some man with a very funny mask trying to explain something. He said that he was an ordinary puppet and nothing depended on him in this game. Ju Hyuk couldn't understand for himself what a puppet meant and why today for the first time they had a presenter in the game. It was some kind of know-how. The presenter, wearing this stupid mask, went to the center of the court with the words that he congratulated everyone who had completed the first game and also added that they finished faster than he thought. When this presenter approached the monitor, he said that it was time to get straight to the point and he announced the start of the second game. Some blue cube resembling an ordinary box appeared on the monitor. The rules of the second game should have been announced after this box was opened and then it would become clear what the second game would consist of. The top of the box opened and questions started pouring in. Now it was automatically necessary to decide what this second game would consist of. The presenter said that it was 2 by 2 random card in one touch. What this meant was completely unclear to both one team and the other. They wanted a detailed explanation of the rules of the game. In fact, the rules were very simple. Every turn the team receives one card with a body part. The part of the body that will fall out on the card will be a part of the player's body. During your turn, you need to attack a part of the body that will be drawn on the map, and on the other hand, during defense, you must take a blow to the part of the body that will also be drawn on the map. The most important condition of this game was that you could not move from your place, and another rule was these rules protecting the king. It remains until one team remains. And there were several other rules, such as in addition, the king can order his partner, and of course, say that it is the partner who takes his blows for him. If the king's orders are not followed, the participant will be considered a violator, and will be immediately excluded from the game forever. And so said the leader of the funny mask, looked at his hand where there was exactly the same bracelet as all the other participants, and said loudly that the game had begun. Ju Hyuk didn't really like this whole second game, but there was nowhere to retreat, especially since he didn't understand all these rules. He thought that fighting these guys with green bangs in this game with such rules was very dangerous. He didn't understand how this boy wanted to beat the game. The young man turned to the boy to immediately stop this game because it was very dangerous for him. The boy said no and he wouldn't do it. The young man didn't understand and asked the boy if he really had some kind of plan. The boy said that he didn't have a plan, but in any case, he would play this game to the end. And then he added the king and showed the sign that was displayed on the same bracelet that all the players wore. Ju Hyuk didn't understand at all what he wanted. This boy, he protected him so much in the first game. And now he's talking about the fact that he's the king. The young man didn't quite understand the boy's last words. Did he really think that he was so great and decided that he could give orders? Therefore, the young man asked him again about the fact that he decided to order him to take a tax instead of himself. And did he really not care whether he died here or not? That it is in this case that the young man will take a tax instead of him, then he will be able to win this game and receive a reward. The young man raised his friend and the boy thought that he was going to hit him on the head and even squinted his eyes and bent down because he felt that he was really to blame. Ju Hyuk just put his hand on his head and said that he doesn't know what motivates these boys. Well, most likely he can help him. This boy had such a face as if the whole world had collapsed. Only the result of this game could return him to normal life. Once upon a time he asked his sister exactly the same question: why did she have such a face as if the whole world had collapsed? She said that everything was fine, but their father blamed them for his debts and ran away. Nothing was in order, they were unable to pay off this debt, and it seemed as if every day of their lives it was a fall into the abyss. It lasted forever. His sister then asked if he was hurt. She was worried about him more than for herself, and therefore protected him from all problems. She said that she was offered a job and they would pay off all the debts in 2 years, so he shouldn't worry. Everything she said was just a little hope in a young heart. The sister told the boy that she would protect him after she left for work until today. He did not know anything about her because she did not return. Therefore, the boy must bring her back from slavery. This time he had to protect her, and he needed this game in order to get enough money. That's why he agreed to play this game and go to the end, and that's why he started giving orders, because he is the king of the game. The young man said that he didn't have to give orders, he understood perfectly well. And so he felt very sorry for the whole situation for this boy, and he understood that he needed help. Adults should protect children, the young man thought. This is a duty. The orders here were unnecessary. He will do everything so that this young man wins. The boy, of course, felt a little guilty before the young man, but on the other hand, he had a sensitive goal that he had to achieve in this game for her sake, and he agreed to everything. The presenter shouted loudly that the game had already begun and the team members could choose who in their teams would be the attacker and who would be the defender. The decision could be made at any time. This was a condition of the game. The presenter in a very funny mask said that it was time to open the first card, and the participants in the game had to look at the monitor where their cards would now be displayed. On the monitor, like last time, different cards with question marks began to appear. This only meant one thing. In a few seconds everything would be clear. The first command given to the green stockings was that they were attacking and they had to attack with their fist. It was not a very difficult task, so they only needed to find out where they were supposed to strike. The second team, the team of a young man and a boy, was given protection. The area of protection was the upper part of the body, that is, It was there that someone from the first team should have struck. The players from the first team with green bangs thought that they were in a good enough position to attack first, and thus if they hit hard they could end this game quickly. The opponents decided not to think for a long time and strike immediately. Of course the blow had to be taken by the young man. These were the rules of the game. He struck the young man with all his might. It was a river shot. It was a blow that should have knocked the young man out of line because it was a blow to the internal organs. The largest internal organ in the human body is the liver, and if a blow falls in this exact place, then unimaginable pain occurs and the person becomes vulnerable for some time. This bastard from the enemy group with green bangs knows where to hit, so he hit the liver. The young man bent over in pain. The host of the strange mask said that the rules of the game are now being replaced, and the time has come to open the second card. He pressed the button on the remote control. Now the screen should have displayed. The second team. This is the team of a young man and a boy who are now supposed to attack. Their area of attack was the eyes. The young man thought it was some kind of nonsense, and he couldn't attack with his eyes at all, so this is most likely a mismove. The card that came up number 1 was the defense card. The area of their defense, these were the ears. This was again a streak of bad luck for the young man's team. In this game, blows from one side are allowed, depending on luck, such as an elbow to the forehead. These are the cards that fell on the third turn of the game. A young man who was used to failure silently accepted the situation and the blows inflicted on him. When the move came when he had to attack, he got such cards that it was just a skip of a move, for example, like he had to attack the hand with his nose. It was simply impossible to do. The first team had an obvious advantage in this game. The next turn, the green team got to attack with their right foot, and the Ju-hyuk team got a card that they had to take a blow to the face, and this happened almost every time. The young man felt that something was wrong in this game, because in the entire game he had never had a chance on the cards that he should attack the team with green bangs. The next time it fell to him again that he had to attack with his lips, and in the enemy group they would have to take the blow with their lips too. This was another pass. He thought that this enemy did not feel fear at all. There was only one thought spinning in the young man's head: just let his opponent have this opportunity to hit him at least once, and he said so. Let me hit you once, let me hit you once. These two opponents with green bangs stood and discussed the progress of the game among themselves. Asked the other one, he definitely beats him properly, and said that now it's his turn. The presenters in this strange mask said that the first team changed their player. Since there was a substitution, they are now opening the map again. They got a card that they had to knee the upper body with green hair. I thought that the young man was pretending that everything was fine with him, but his body was talking back. Ju-hyuk thought to himself that he had suffered quite a lot of damage, and his wound was still open after we were wounded alive. He stood and blood was dripping from him onto the clean floor. There was a whole puddle next to him. It seemed to him that this blow could be his last. Someone shouted to stop. The boy said that the second team was also making a change of players. It was so unexpected for the young man because he thought the boy would not join the game. Ju-hyuk asked the boy what he was going to do. Did he really have a plan? The boys answered him that this was an order. And since he is the king, the young man must obey the king's orders. He wanted to check something. He decided that he could cope with the enemy's attacks. The only condition was that he should be attacked with full force. An opponent with green hair approached the boy and said that it seemed to him that no one had ever beaten him. That's why he spoke so impudently to all adults. And he also told him that the pain would be much stronger than he could imagine, and they were not going to hit him with less force just because he was smaller than them. The next moment the enemy with green hair struck him with a knee on the upper part of the boy's body. The blow was really very strong. So strong that he didn't even expect. For a while he couldn't even breathe, let alone scream or make any sounds. The boy fell to the floor. The presenter said that there was a substitution again, and the cards should be opened. The game continued, and in this game the team with green bangs had a clear advantage. The next pair of cards was displayed on the scoreboard. The team of a boy and a young man had to attack with the middle finger of their hand, and their non-opponent had to accept the attack with his forehead. It was an ordinary click on the forehead. The boy said that these were useless cards. The young man interrupted him and said that there is no need to say that this is a useless card. We are attacking. The enemy green bangs did not know how they would be able to attack and even laughed. The young man raised his hand to the opponent's forehead and said that this is how they would attack. They should have missed their chance in this game. Most likely, young people with green bangs have never received slaps, so they could not understand what the young man would do now. They began to be indignant about what kind of jokes Ju-hyuk was making. He answered them that this was not a joke. Now there would be a real attack. The young man hit your opponent's forehead with his middle finger with all the strength he had accumulated lately, so that his nose began to bleed. The young man was the happiest at that moment because he was finally able to hit his opponents at least once, and get such great pleasure from doing so. The boy sat and looked at what was happening with his mouth open. He did not understand how it was possible to deliver such a blow and attack the enemy with just the middle finger of the hand. The opponent with the green bangs thought to himself that this young man had some incredible punching power, and if he threw a few more punches, they would lose. And so it happened from that moment on. The enemy with green hair would begin to attack with their eyes. Attack. They should have used their hands accordingly, such a move. This was a pass in the game. During the game it changed and the young man got a fist card which must attack the upper body of his opponent. Of course, the young man was very pleased with what was happening now, and the game changed in their favor. Luck was on their side. He decided that the time had come when he would strike back, exactly the same as his opponents dealt to him at the beginning of the game. It was a river strike. In pain, the enemy with green bangs not only screamed all over his eyes, his nose, his mouth, tears and snot began to flow. He could no longer control the situation. He was not so confident in his abilities. What happened to the enemy team was that they had to attack the forehead of the team of a young man and a boy with their nose. This was another pass where in the game. The next two cards that fell in the game were for the young man's team to attack with the thumb and their opponents had to take the blow of the upper body. They didn't really like receiving blow after blow, but they had no choice and therefore the next blow, if it was exactly the same as the previous one, it was a river blow but only done, and with his thumb the young man hit his opponent's liver with all his strength. He took pleasure in the fact that he was hitting that again same place. An opponent with green hair who received blows fell to the floor and asked his comrade that he had had enough and needed a replacement. But his player with the same green hair who was in his group told him to continue receiving attacks. This was an order, he will only attack. In any case, if another normal attack card comes out, this little guy won't last, thought the enemy. Well, for now, luck was not on their side. The boy, on the contrary, thought that he had no other choice and in any case he would have to withstand any attack. No matter what the enemy struck, he must withstand it. And the boy also thought that if his honor and loyalty are the only way to win this game, and become a winner, and receive a reward. Well, oddly enough, this time it turned out that players with green hair will have to attack with their feet, and the blow should be applied to the upper body. The boy became thoughtful because he had just withstood one such blow. However, to say that he was not afraid is to say nothing. The boy realized that taking an attack instead of someone requires a lot of courage. So this boy could be called brave. He received a very strong blow from his opponent for the second time. This time it seemed to him that it was even more painful than the previous ones. The boy flew away and fell to the floor. But he was able to withstand the blow. He had no other option, so he needed to pull himself together and continue the game because he wanted to win it. Oddly enough, he got back to his feet, holding the place where the blow had just been struck. Of course he was in a lot of pain. But he was not going to give up. The enemy with green hair flew into an extraordinary rage. He shouted to the boy that he had already given up, that he had to fall so as not to receive any more blows. The next blow that the young man should strike against one of the enemy team should be a lucky blow, and he decided that he would strike it with all his might. The opposite team tensed up a little because he understood that he would definitely not be able to withstand one more blow because the force of Ju Hyuk's blows was very strong, and he was not ready for it. This time 2 cards fell out where in the group of a young man and a boy it fell out that they would have to strike with their fist, and their opponent should take this blow with their nose. It was precisely this blow that Ju Hyuk dealt to his opponent. He understood that there was no point in continuing the game, but that he needed to knock the enemy out of the game. After the blow was struck, the enemy green bang flew so far that the young man practically knocked down his comrade. He did this on purpose because he had a really strong blow. The opponent green bangs not only flew far away, but he also hit his group mate, the same green one, on the head with his head, so that blood began to flow down his face. The next moment, these 2 opponents with green stockings were lying on the ground one-on-one. It was a double kill with 1 blow on the audience of 2. The opponents were lying on the floor. They were already feeling good. They could no longer move. It was a complete knockout of the opposing team in this game. The young man asked the presenter that he had now dealt such a blow, and the consequences of this blow. This is not against the rules of their game. The one who was the presenter in this stupid mask answered the young man that he did not see any problems in his actions, and congratulated him on his victory. The boy was very happy and told the young man that they had succeeded. Of course, he could not fully understand that they had actually won, but it was so. The young man asked the boy how he was feeling and if he was okay after the last blow. He answered him that he would live. The young man added that he wanted to check. It turned out to be correct. The boy said that he just assumed and the sky is sure to the end. The boy said that he thought and saw a pattern. The more the king takes on himself, and the higher the effectiveness of each card, the king who orders himself to defend himself. As a result, he loses his defender and loses, and the king, who does not require sacrifices, can win the battle. This was his assumption. The young man said that he also thought about it. Well, he didn't dare to offer the boy to take attacks. The boy said that he understood after they initially had terrible cards. Ju Hyuk told the boy that in any case he was great and that he came up with a plan and that he was able to withstand these blows. Well, the boy doubted only one thing. He thought that the game was not over because they had not yet received any reward. This is how it actually happened. The presenter in this stupid mask said that it was time for the last game. This game was Uprising and Suppression. The rules of this game were that the last two players are no longer a single team and play individually. Everyone is for himself, one in the role of king and the other will be just a resident. The goal of the resident was the rebellion. That is, the young man will have to constantly resist, and the goal of the king is to suppress the resident uprising. That is, he must extinguish this flame of the rebellion in any way. Also, the rules of the game were that the game continues until one player loses consciousness or gives up, and the king must also take the same number of attacks as the number of times he gave the order to the resident. Everything became clear to the young man. Now they have to kill each other, and now they are not a team at all. Of course, he didn't really like it. The boy was also very indignant, and shouted what kind of nonsense this was. He didn't understand why exactly these rules of the game should there be some other way. The next moment the young man slapped the boy in the face so that he would come to his senses. He wanted to awaken aggression in him in this way. The boy looks at him. I don't understand what he needs to do. He was just confident of his victory, and was already very close to his goal. The young man said that he should stop thinking like a weakling and should accept the rules of the game as reality if he wants to get money and win the game. Ju Hyuk said that now he will need to fight with him. This is the reality that he must accept in order to win. After the young man's words, the boy decided to confess something to him and began to talk about what he was doing. After which he fell silent. The young man thought, what else could this boy confess to? What else happened in his life that he could tell him now? The boy understood that he must now fight with the young man who had defended him for several games in a row before. But these were the rules of the game. It was initially an unequal battle, and Ju Hyuk understood this perfectly. No matter what the boy was, even if he had a knife, he still would not be able to defeat the young man in an equal battle. The only thing the boy knew how to say in this life when he was sorting things out with someone was the words, "What did you hatch?" He never entered into battle with others and did not know how to do it. Of course, the boy could refuse victory and not take part in the last game. Well, then he would no longer have a single chance. He caught himself thinking that he wanted to give up. Ju Hyuk decided to somehow not let the boy get completely upset. He said that if he wants to give up, it means that his sister wasn't that important to him, and he doesn't even try to win this game. These words really hurt the boy, so he started snapping at the young man Ju Hyuk. I'll continue, and said that he was ready to save his sister at any cost, and that's why he needed to earn money. But now his true intentions are clear. The boy tried to object to the words that Ju Hyuk said, but he did not succeed because the young man continued to say that perhaps the boy still cannot cope with his fears and he is not ready to fight all the difficulties. Ju Hyuk specifically said such words to hurt the boy's pride. He said that the boy was not in a hurry to help his sister, but was ready to forget about her. The young man said that of course this is none of his business, and this is not his sister, so the boy must think for himself. Even number 2, then she will still remain his sister. These words about the fact that the boy's sister might be dead hurt him very much, and he was not ready to hear these words because he loved her very much. The boy screamed loudly that no, this can't be, she can't be dead and I still have to save her. He raised his fist and was ready to start a fight with the young man, even if he loses. Ju Hyuk understood too well that this was not an equal fight at all, and he was proud enough to fight with the child. He still didn't know what he would do, but he definitely wouldn't fight with him. The boy tried to strike the young man, but he didn't succeed because the young man moved away in time and tripped the boy. He didn't need to use any force now. He could deal with the child anyway. When the boy fell to the floor, Ju Hyuk told him that if he could hit him at least once, he would give up and end the game. Ju Hyuk really decided to give up. He was not ready to fight such a weak opponent. It was not at all in his rules. He had never done this before and was not going to now. When the boy heard these words, he felt a little better. He had a chance to win this final game. Therefore, he asked the young man if he was really going to do this. Of course, the boy did not understand why this adult young man wanted to give in to him. This was really so, and the young man was ready to help this boy in order to save his sister so that he could win this game, even in this way. Ju Hyuk understood perfectly well that our world is very cruel and only the strongest survive. If you stumble or fall, they are ready to devour you right away. The desire to win this game was not enough and nothing could be achieved in this way. Therefore, the boy needed to pull himself together and strike the very blow that could become victorious. The boy tried to strike the young man several more times, but nothing worked. Ju Hyuk deftly moved to the side and tripped him, so he simply fell to the floor. It was the boy's despair. But they also couldn't achieve anything. They had to get up and keep trying, because he was given a chance to win this game. The only thing that could save a dear person for a boy was money or the need for strength. But since he was still a child, he did not have strength. He needed to earn money, which means to win. The boy understood perfectly well that money was the fruit of his labor, and so he pulled himself together and, with all the strength he had, decided to strike. He clenched his fist, and in this fist was all the anger that he had ever felt towards other people. He was ready to strike not because the enemy was standing in front of him, but because he needed to save his sister, and he had no other choice. This boy's willpower overcame the despair that had settled in him. He stood with his hands outstretched and clenching them into fists. He was ready to strike that very blow. This time he decided that he would definitely succeed. Aggression appeared in his eyes and he already understood why he was doing this. Therefore, he decided not to give up, although this time he did not succeed. Again he did not strike because the young man dodged him. Ju Hyuk, it's very funny to watch this child who tries so hard to prove to himself, and everyone around him, that he is capable of something. Therefore, the young man told the boy to just do his job and not pay attention to anyone. He gave him a chance to win in this game. And so the boy tried to strike blow after blow. It all worked out badly, so the young man decided to completely give in to him this time. He no longer stepped aside and did not trip him up, he simply caught him with his hand, while the young man said that he was giving up and then confirmed it again. The presenter came out in this strange mask and said that the resident had decided to give up, and according to the rules of the last game, this game is considered over. And then he said who was the winner in this game. It is clear that the young man was not going to fight with the boy and he gave him victory in this game. The boy was sitting in Ica, from the fact that his wounds were being treated after his bruises received as a result of participating in this game. He behaved like a small child, in principle, which he was. The man with the scar said that the boy was a malingerer and only hiccuped because he wanted to attract attention to himself, to which the boy replied that he was really in pain. The man with the scar told the boy, of course, he received a prize, but no one is going to treat him for free. The boy replied that he is not such a big deal that he needs to be treated for free. In fact, the boy had a huge lump behind him. I was wondering how much I could earn in this game, boys. Will this money be enough for him to achieve his goals? He thought a lot, and then said that he earned 700 million won from the game, but he was very interested in how much the young man who was on his team earned here. Ju Hyuk overheard their conversation. He said that he earned minus 200 million won. He had a credit card on his account, the total amount including a debt of 100 million, and they took 300 million won from him. Now his balance is 1.4 billion won. The man with the scar said that he understood that this young man came here solely for money because he was very indignant. Yes, his 200 million were written off and he could not spend them. Someone's footsteps were heard in the room. Someone was walking exactly here and he had slippers on his feet. They were loudly knocking their soles on the floor. It was the same gray-haired man who invited him to join the group when he entered the room and turned to the young man. He asked him that he had deliberately lost the last game. Ju Hyuk told him that it happened that way. Well, despite this, the gray-haired man thanked the young man for helping this child make his dream come true. And now this boy will very soon be free from the game. The gray-haired man said that for the prize money he received, the boy would be able to buy his freedom. Ju Hyuk told him that he was very glad. That's how it all turned out. The gray-haired man explained that this boy bought his freedom for 2 billion, which he had in stock, and after the game he played with the young man, he was given additional conditions. Even though he paid 2 billion, he would have to fulfill this condition. Otherwise he would not have freedom. The conditions that were set for the boy to give him liberation was the first place in this game, so he behaved like that. As a result, the boy earned 700 million and the freedom that he wanted so badly. Well, it was all so funny. The gray-haired man said that some of them immediately gained freedom, and some must undergo additional tests. The man continued walking and said that in the end, everything that is happening in the game now is in the hands of the organizers of this game, and only at their discretion can someone leave. These game organizers are fluent in hacking skills and all the equipment. So they are able to control the entire national system and every action of all players. All players are just toys in their hands. However, we must not forget that today a young man saved this boy from the crazy hell of a game in which they were all playing. The young man thought about the words that this gray-haired man had just said to him. Despite the fact that this game was cruel and bloody, he still acted humanly in the end. The gray-haired man asked Ju Hyuk how to give him his 400 million won. He offered several options. He could transfer it to his account, give him cash or gold bars. The young man was a little confused. Today for the first time he was offered to repay his debt with gold bars. He had never seen them in person, but had only seen them in films and TV series that were shown on TV. The young man thought that gold was both safe and a material asset, so of course he wanted to receive his debt in gold bars. He had to wait a little and 5 gold bars of a kilogram each appeared in front of him. He had never seen anything like this before and therefore he wanted to touch them as quickly as possible. 1 kilogram weight bar costs 80 million won, and since the debt was 400 million, they gave him 5 bars. In reality, they looked completely different, but still the young man really liked their appearance and how much they cost, so the money transfer was completed, as was the transaction between them. Ju Hyuk ran around the table where the gold lay and shouted gold gold. He was very happy with his gold bar. The man with the scar looked at him and did not understand how he could love money so much. Despite the fact that the young man behaved this way, the boy said that he still considers him very cool and not at all as terrible as he wants to show himself. Ju Hyuk had a moment of madness. He grabbed these gold bars, tried them on his teeth and all the time, rejoicing, said that he really liked it. Ju Hyuk danced in the middle of the room in the hands of these gold bars. He shouted loudly about how he likes everything that glitters and how shiny these scrolls are. He also really likes it. He believed that gold is the best. The man with the scar, the strength of the boy, is he really sure that this young man dancing with gold bars is really such a cool boy? Replied that despite the way he behaves he is a very good person. Ju Hyuk turned to the boy and said that he was good for not giving up in the last battle and won the last game, took first place, and now he can be free. He also said that if the boy cannot find his sister, then let him immediately call him, he is ready to help him. The man with the scar said that he, too, will come to the aid of the baby. Now this boy could have fun like an ordinary child. The boy really thought that this young man who was his partner in the game was really strange, but in fact he was a very good person, he was sure of that. Therefore, the boy waved his hand to the young man and began to leave together with the man with the scar. This was most likely their last meeting. Ju Hyuk also waved after the boy. Lately he had already gotten used to him and treated him very well. I'm coming, the man asked the young man if he really didn't want to join them. Ju Hyuk told him that how could he, the young man is very greedy for money. The gray-haired man listened to him carefully and finally said that the time would come when he would come to them anyway. And immediately after these words he followed the boy and the man with the scar. The last words of the gray-haired man were not very clear for the young man, so he definitely wouldn't wait for this time now, but simply wished them good luck. The gray-haired man waved his hand as he left, and said that when the time comes they will talk seriously, and disappeared around the corner of the house. 6 days after this game ended, the young man was in the very hotel where he rented a luxury room. He could now afford it. He had a very expensive car that he had been driving lately. This all gave him some great self-confidence, and the opportunity to live a different life that he did not have before. When he drove up to the hotel in his car, he was always met by the staff of this hotel and accompanied. He was no longer the same young man he had been some time ago. Not only the things that surrounded you began to change, but he himself began to change internally. He had completely different requirements for everything that surrounded him. In addition to the expensive car that he had, an expensive watch and the things he was wearing appeared on his hand. All this gave him a certain status. Every evening he went to the bar. It was a hotel. It was one of the most expensive bars in the city. There was music playing there. It was jazz. He really liked it. This was the life he was living now. He was sitting at the bar drinking expensive alcohol and listening to jazz. He acted as if he had been so wealthy all his life. He had 1.4 billion won in his account. He was indeed a very wealthy man, and could afford to behave this way. And he also had 400 million gold bars. This also gave him some kind of confidence in his actions. He felt like a rich man. A watch and a car stolen from the boss. Who is it? About 300 million won. Such a watch could only be worn by very wealthy people like he considered himself now. In total, if you count everything together, he had about 2.1 billion won. When now he was sitting in a bar and drinking his alcohol, this alcohol seemed to him like honey. He led your life to the highest standard. What else changed in his life was his attitude towards the opposite sex. Now he already liked girls who went to the same establishments as him. This happened a couple of days ago when, after work, he went into the same bar that was located in the hotel where he rented his luxury room. There was a girl sitting there whom he had already seen several times in this bar. The girl spoke to him for the first time. She said that she was very glad that he came today. She said that she was waiting for him here. Joo Hyuk met her by chance in a bar and they slowly began to get to know each other. This was the first time he met someone from high society. I communicated with this person. His communication turned out much better than he thought. This girl turned out to be not only attractive in appearance, but she was also smart and interested in culture. What the young man liked most about her was her fake smile. But to be honest, her interest in the young man seemed a little suspicious. When she was sitting in this bar, she ordered herself a lot of alcohol. It didn't seem very good for a girl, especially one like her. Obviously, her craving for alcohol turned out to be completely unhealthy, and she really wanted the young man to keep her company in this. But he categorically did not give in to her temptations. He didn't understand a little what she wanted from him when they offered to drink with him. Most likely he misunderstood something. But he understood at least one thing for sure. As he became rich, his standard of living changed, as did the environment. The girl sat looking at the young man and thought about how best to get him drunk so that he wouldn't notice. Today, in the company of a new acquaintance, he was too drunk to go home alone. So they went up to the luxury room together. Something special happened in the young man's life every day. The girl insisted that Joo Hyuk accompany her home today. She was very convincing and clearly she needed something from him. The girl was not stupid enough and thought about where she should start, and how she should act in relation to the young man. She not only offered him a drink but also seduced him into dancing so that he would completely lose his head and think only about her. She tried in every possible way to please the young man so that he would not have the slightest doubt about her. She wanted to tie him to her. Exactly an hour ago, when he agreed to take her home from the bar, they drove up to one of the most expensive buildings in the city. This girl's apartment was in this building. Joo Hyuk asked her if this is really her house. In this house the apartment most likely costs more than 1 billion won. It was not poor at all. She looked at him and said that yes, she really lives in this house, and she lives in another world where everyone is rich. Joo Hyuk said that he saw her off and it was time for him to wish her good luck. He already wanted not to part with her. How at that moment it began to rain very heavily. So much so that it wet the young man and girl in a matter of seconds. They stood under this pouring rain and looked at each other. The girl was not taken aback and extended her hand to the hand of the young man. The girl took his hand and said if he doesn't mind, well, maybe he can stay with her until it rains. It was just an excuse for the young man to come up to her house. She said these words looking him straight in the eyes. At that moment she turned out to be so defenseless, very sincere that the young man believed her. And yet it was very fast, and Joo Hyuk did not have time to control the situation. Such things had never happened in his life before. Within a few minutes he was in her apartment without outer clothing, which was wet. Events developed so quickly that he could not react to them as quickly. On the other hand, he really liked everything that was happening to him now. It was a completely different world and it was a completely different relationship. When the girl entered the room, events began to develop very quickly. The young man was lying on the bed and looking at his new friend. He told her that it seemed to him that she was very drunk. The girl did not take seriously everything that the young man said and continued to behave the same way. She had never found herself in such situations when someone refused her. The girl looked at the young man and said that this was not true and she was not drunk. She was just having fun and was in a good mood. She got closer to Joo Hyuk and told him to take off his glasses, which could now interfere with them. She could not know that the young man has not parted with these glasses lately. Joo Hyuk grabbed her hand, which was trying to take the glasses off his head. He grabbed her hand so tightly that she definitely didn't expect this. The girl pulled her hand out and said that it hurt her. She didn't know why he reacted to it like that because she hadn't done anything like that yet. When her hand was already free, she lay down on the girl next to him. For some reason a very rapid development of events was needed. She said that he was, of course, very strong, but at first glance it was impossible to say that about him. And that's also what she supposedly liked about him. The young man said that they had enough fooling around for today and got up in bed. He wanted to get ready. The young man thought maybe he had his own strength and grabbed the girl tightly by the wrist. But on the other hand, she was so persistent that there was no other way to stop her. The girl muttered for him to forget everything that just happened between them and not worry too much about it, and closed her eyes. And she muttered several more times so that he would forget all this, already lying in her bed with her eyes closed. Most likely she was really very drunk and that's why she behaved like that. The young man stood and looked at her, and after a few seconds he realized that the girl had fallen asleep and it was time for him to go home. Maybe everything turned out this way between them only because the young man saw the hidden weak side of this girl. But for some reason he really began to show interest in her. It continued to rain outside, but he needed to go back to his home and get a good night's sleep before going to work tomorrow. The next morning was the same as all the previous ones, that he had to go to the office where he was currently working in the morning. But in his office he didn't have as much fun as in the previous days. He didn't want to do office work at all. After that day the girl started calling him several times a day. And she also wrote him text messages in which she asked for forgiveness for last night, and also thanked him for taking her home, and she wanted to know if he wouldn't mind, could they have dinner together today? She was ready to treat him. Of course, the young man agreed. His life changed dramatically if before. He went to work and re-educated his employees and the president of the office, which gave him pleasure. He came to the president and said that first he needed to make a man out of him. The president of the office agreed and gave in. And all week at work, he just killed time by watching various channels on the internet, chips and drinking drinks, and that's how he spent every day. Now after work he goes on a date with this girl every day. Today she has reserved chairs in a restaurant, and they will have to go to dinner together in the evening. Previously, he could not even imagine that he would lead such a life, and oddly enough, he really liked this life. It seemed to him that he deserved to live such a life. This went on for some time. They met every day and went for a walk or to some restaurant to have dinner together. During the day he courted her. When he was with her, he enjoyed every day. It seemed to him that the most wonderful thing that could happen in his life. But the longer he saw her, he began to think more and more often and remember the events that had recently occurred in his life. He thought that he was in a game that could at any moment sacrifice people close to him. This had already happened to his employee at work when either his life or the life of this girl was put on the scale. Then the game wanted him to put a watch bracelet on her hand. These are the rules of the game in one of the successive missions of the previous game. And then the conditions changed, and he had to kill his colleague. The longer he thought about it, the more reasons he found why they should move away from each other and not meet again. Therefore, the young man decided to leave today and not meet again about his friend and tell her about this when they meet this evening. He decided that today is their last day. When the girl met, she behaved as usual, so he was not able to tell her about it right away, and she, ahead of him, decided that she should tell him something first. She smiled and looked at him, shy, and then said that she would really like it, and she invites him to date her. Of course, the young man was shocked by these words, because today he wanted their meeting to be the last. He needed to quickly decide and give an answer to the girl. Of course, he had ready-made words in his head, so he didn't think for very long. He decided in advance, and even after these words he did not doubt his choice. Ju Hyuk, yes, I was already looking straight at her. I absolutely calmly told the girl to forgive him. But he will have to refuse her because he is not ready to date her. This could mean only one thing, that he liked this girl very much, and he was not ready to drag her into his life of illness. He thought and replied that he was lying. She could understand me. How could he refuse when he was made such an offer by girls like her, very beautiful, attractive, and also rich? Only one thing? She didn't know that in the current situation he couldn't date anyone. The young man thought that this was the best thing he could do lately in relation to the person he liked. Ju Hyuk thanked the girl for the time spent together, and decided to leave. He knew for sure that instead of involving her in a game or mission, it would be better to end their relationship and go their separate ways. The girl stood there and didn't understand why he was doing this. She screamed at him when he left. He was doing this seriously, and could he really end it all like this? But the young man knew for sure that next to someone like him, her life could turn into complete hell. and then he would definitely never forgive himself for this. A young man stopped for no reason. A check was displayed on the board. This could mean that this girl is also a player. Most likely this is how it was. What he finds out in a few seconds will greatly shock him, and it will no longer be clear which of them is the strongest player. The girl who was always so polite and courteous, representing high society, the next moment began to swear indecently, saying that the young man greatly infuriated her. Her mission was failed and 300 million won was withdrawn from her account. The young man thought, is she also a participant in this game, and all this time she has been playing with him, carrying out some mission from one of these games for money? The only thing that was not clear was where her device was. After all, she didn't have a bracelet on her hand and she didn't wear glasses like him. The girl carried out a mission for 10 days. She needed to stay in a relationship with participant R099 and remain unnoticed. The mission was a failure. The girl said that if the young man still doesn't understand, then she is ready to explain to him. She is a special player like him. The girl asked Ju Hyuk is he shocked that he's not the only one. And she suggested that most likely he's new to this game, so he can't draw the right conclusions. In the next task that this girl received in the game, she needed to kill R099. She was a very strong player, and therefore she was entrusted with this mission. The young man stood and looked at the girl and did not understand, because only a minute ago she asked him to meet, and now she is ready to kill him. Maybe he didn't need to refuse her offer. Well, it was already too late. The shurikens were flying in his direction. The girl lost in one mission and was not ready to lose in the second. The young man dodged away from the shuriken that the girl fired at him. She was not quite an ordinary girl and a very strong player. She stood opposite him and watched as he dodged. This girl's name was Waran, and she was ranked 22nd in this game. One of the most trained people in this game. Ju Hyuk thought that it would be very difficult for him to fight this girl with his bare hands. For some reason he was not ready to engage in direct combat with her, and in this case he decided that he needed to run away from this place before she started attacking him back because she was very serious. The girl looked at those outgoing and thought that the young man decided that he could escape. Well, in that case, you need to play blind man's buff with him. She meant a difficult children's game. The one who remains alive should win, making everyone else blind man's buff. Ju Hyuk decided that he needed to take advantage of the opportunities that this game has and make an exchange of a random item. Only in this way could he somehow resist the attacks of this girl. The application was confirmed and the launch of express delivery. All that was left was to wait until the delivery was already with him, and he could resist. The girl followed him clearly in his tracks. It seemed that she saw where he was moving and knew everyone in advance. The girl told the young man that he was also trained like us, and of course she should have told us to tell him about it earlier. To be honest, she needed a very strong man and he was just one of those who suited her as a mate. She was tired of weaklings. She told him that if suddenly he turned out to be much stronger than her, then she would not be upset. She might like her very much. Then she would really be ready to date him. The girl offered to test their abilities in battle. For this she had everything so that she could attack. The only thing is that she did not know how strong her opponent was. She decided to see how the situation would turn out. When she already understood who he had to fight with, the girl threw the right shurikens that she owned. Her blows were always right on target. Well, if he wasn't on the right, then most likely he was opposite. This simplified her search and she decided to strike the next blow from the left. The young man had no choice but to use stones to repel her shuriken, the only way he could defend himself until he figured out what to do with her. The girl thought to herself that he was certainly a great cunning man and was able to repel the attack, but she was not ready to stop. Her goal was to kill her rival. She attacked him over and over again, but he successfully fought back, and this time when she attacked he repelled her attack. Ju Hyuk asked the girl if he was stronger than her, then what would she do then? He repelled this attack only because he had protective gloves that were delivered to him by drone parcel. This was the same random item that could be ordered according to the rules of this game. These high-tech gloves could be used to protect yourself from sharp objects, or catch them. The parcel was delivered by drone. Well, calmly determine the place where the customer was and deliver the parcel accurately and very quickly. Then a friend simply dropped off a box in which there was an order in a box that was sent to the young man by chance. An order that he could make according to the terms of the game. The express delivery of the drone was completed. The girl continued to attack the young man. That she even liked what she was doing, and for her it was really a game. Everything that was happening now with her and with the young man was fun for her. She had never had so much fun before. The voice told the young man that obtaining the user recognition item had been completed. And now he had the following function available since the gloves were already on him. Now they needed to find out what else they could do. Another function of these gloves was that they were a stun gun. These gloves had a current strength of 50,000 volts. The girl immediately realized that the young man also had a weapon in his hands before starting his battle. Ju Hyuk decided to ask one question to his opponent. He was only interested in one thing. She was pretending all this time and pretending that she liked communicating with him. He wanted to hear an honest answer. The girl replied that isn't the answer obvious? And in general, she didn't understand why ask such a thing. In fact, she was quite insensitive and thoughtful. Of course, for crimes in the form of playing with the feelings of a man who really felt affection for her, it was necessary to take revenge so that she would no longer want to play such games. Therefore, Ju Hyuk said that now she will be punished with 50,000 volts. Now he will take revenge for the feelings that she so cleverly aroused in him. The girl was not upset at all because the man was disposed towards her. She finally saw in him a person who was stronger than her, and most likely she had to keep her promise and start dating him.